but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Hello, good morning, namaskar. While I try to adjust my camera and my mic, I greet all of you on the next day of the annual budget presentation. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we were live throughout the day, and in our post-budget analysis across the sectors, from education and employability to manufacturing to healthcare to agriculture to economy in general to sectors like healthcare, like I said, we displayed and we understood how the capex expansion, which was announced by the government yesterday, was necessary. Although all of us have heard of the news, but let me revise everything for you. In short, the capex target was expanded by 35.4%. from 5.54 lakh crores to 7.5 lakh crores. And it is expected in the finance minister's speech, it was highlighted that India is amongst the fastest growing economies in the world. Well, that is an old news. The goal of the government is to complement macro growth with all micro inclusive welfare. Now, there was no respite for the taxpayers, for the middle class, which was expected in every budget, the majority of the middle class only waits for the last section of the budget where the finance minister announces tax slabs. But having said that, the budget focused on capex expansion, Atmanirbharta, boosting local industries, be it through performance-linked incentives across sectors, be it access to credit for the MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the second day and we are again live with a post-budget coverage. And in the first session, we're joined by eminent economists and some people who have been in the system and understand the root of the story. I'm joined by Ms. Dakshita Das, who's a former civil servant, retired, of course, additional member, Ministry of Railways, ex-managing director and CEO of NHB, Ministry of Finance. I'm joined by Mr. S. Ravi, who's the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange and the founder and managing partner of Ravi Rajan and Company. I'm also joined by Mr. Prabal Basu Roy. You must have read many of his articles in the Business World magazine. He's a non-executive director and advisor to chairman of corporate boards. I'm joined by Vikram Lindsay, who's the CEO of Helicon Consulting. And I'm joined by Srinath Sridharan, who is an independent markets commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from all these panelists in the past across various platforms, and they're regular contributors to our magazine. So let me open the stage, and I'll start with you, Dakshita ji. How did the budget pan out for you? What were your major disappointments? What were some things which you see happening in the right direction? I mean, sum up your budget analysis. Dakshita ji, can you hear me? I think there's some problem with the audio. I think she can't. Okay, by the time she corrects her audio, I'll start with you, Mr. Prabal Basu Roy. Mr. Roy, can you hear me?
Yes, hear you, yeah.
We'll start the panel with you, sir.
Yeah, I can. Can you just start my video? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, great. Well, at a very high level, Abhinav, I think this budget is credible, it is trustworthy, and it's consistent.
Okay.
I think these are the basic takeaways which go a long way in building confidence with all those who interact with the Indian economy.
Okay.
And coming to the specific ones, I think the finance.
Mr. Roy, I'll just fault you for 1 second. Can I request the backend team to please correct the designations of some of our panelists, because people watching them might get a little
I'm doing.
And
Yes,
please switch
Abhinav,
off the
sir, I'm
audio
doing.
of the people who are not speaking. Thank you, Salman. Yes, Mr. Roy, please continue.
And as far as this particular budget is concerned, of course, I think the finance minister has banked heavily on John Keynes, Maynard Keynes, to prepare India's long-term 25-year blueprint to essentially fundamentally restructure the economy.
Yeah.
In many ways. There are obviously some issues which still need to be addressed, and we'll talk about that. But I think she's made an excellent beginning. And I think that to me is the biggest takeaway of this budget, which is growth oriented, it's capex driven, does not raise taxes, it has remained on the fiscal glide path while signaling a non-adversarial tax regime going forward. I think all of this together portends very well for the direction in which the economy is being taken.
Sure.
All right, I'll stop here for the moment.
So, my view is it's a great budget, considering the fact that the global order is changing, climate change is there, ESG is there, the energy, we are moving from the conventional energy to the non-conventional energy, and so and EV vehicles to everything, which all requires a lot of capex. So I think we have moved away from a very, very traditional budget. Last year there was some trend on that, and this year it has been exhibited that we are moving towards a growth-oriented budget, focusing on infrastructure, rural infrastructure, focusing on the new part of the economy, which is the ESG and climate change, etc. So we are, and where there will be a lot of capex required. And I think that is the transformation that I see in this budget. A lot of things have got addressed, including the digital world. And also there was a little bit of issues around cryptocurrency. I think very clearly articulated there between digital currency and cryptocurrency, the difference between the two. So I think a lot of good steps have been taken in this budget. It may not, on the other side, it may not look like a very instantaneous benefiting budget, but it's a long-term budget. Means it's going to be the foundation stone for many things to happen.
Long-term budget. And I forgot to say the tagline, which was given to me by Prabal Da in his Business World article later. Lage raho Nirmala Behen. So I'll take that and move forward. Dakshita ji, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about the glitch earlier.
I'm sorry, yeah.
So Abhinav, I'll enter with the tremendous admiration for the continuity this budget provides with the previous budget. Somehow whenever we are analyzing a particular year's budget, we only look at it in the context of that year. But if we look at it, this is a continuity. Last year, in fact, since 2014, there has been a certain plan on which budgets have been operating. Financial inclusion was one. Initially, a lot of impetus was given for housing, for water, for poverty-related schemes. But what last 2 years has happened is that we are looking at a very aggressive push towards capex, and linked with that is the IT revolution. So in a sense, it's a very futuristic budget because it lays the yardstick for the groundwork for the future. It on the supply side, it does great work, and particularly the scope it gives to the MSMEs and the continuity it provides over last year. See, again, we are looking at a continuity in this budget. So all in all, I'm happy. Unfortunately, most budget debates tend to veer towards personal tax, as you've mentioned yourself. But I think that all in all, it's a very, very comfortable space that we are in right now. That's my initial reaction.
Sure. Mr. Vikram?
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning. Some technical glitch, I think.
No problem. We are all dealing with it.
Yeah.
We're all in the same boat.
Happy to meet everybody. Prabal, I read your article. Nice article.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikram.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't get the question because I joined in the middle. So
okay. The question was your opening remarks about the budget, your disappointments, your plus points, the good, the bad, and the ugly of this budget, according to you.
So I don't think there's anything bad or ugly about it. I was watching the budget and I thought, the FM kind of started out with a trot, then it developed into a canter, and as we kind of analyze it later on, it looks like a gallop. See, the issue is like this: the budget is not an independent document on its own, right? It's a financial statement which reflects the policy of the government, and this government has committed itself to a kind of a balanced agenda of a welfare economics and welfare state, and also at the same time promoting and putting growth on the trajectory which we've kind of missed over the past couple of years. And then you see, unfortunately, the last 2 years, the way it was, and probably in these two also, it has a little bit of a bias towards the growth objective and less on the welfare. And that's how the makeup of this government is. And in the last 2 years, because of unforeseen circumstances, perhaps, and global COVID and everything, I think they were kind of a little stunted. They had to kind of pull back on their growth agenda and go whole hog into the welfare agenda. And what they essentially did, the economic advisor calls it the barbell kind of a action, but I feel what essentially it meant is for the absolute underprivileged class, it kind of gave a little money in their pocket. To the middle of the economy, which is traders and MSMEs, it gave a little bit of a relief in terms of cash flow, and the bigger guys were kind of left to themselves to fend for themselves. And now I think they're back on track after these 2 years, and this is a phenomenal statement of intent, and it's a very comprehensive I would say, statement of intent. It looks like 7.5 lakh crores on capex and about 39 or 40 lakh crores on expenses, kind of to churn an economy of around 250 lakh crores. Actually, that 7.5 lakh figure is a little more. If you look at the grants given in aid to the states and even the PSU investments, you put it all together, it's a phenomenal 10 lakh crore or 11 lakh crores. It's a phenomenal growth driver in that sense. So, in my view, it's a balanced budget on three counts. I mean, it's looking at the welfare state, it's looking at the growth state, and it's also looking at the futuristic intent of the government for the next 25 years. So in that sense, it's putting it in the right trajectory. It's got inclusion, it's got the digital awareness that it wants to build in, it's want to put the fundamental infrastructure in place. I think everything is going right, and I just hope they spend this money right now. One is, the deficit financing of 17 odd lakh crores. Out of that 17 odd lakh crores, almost 9 lakh crores is coming out of interest payment. So that leaves another 7 or 8 lakh crores. I hope they get that. I hope they are able to spend that money. The whole idea is to spend that money, and I'm quite certain this government will spend. And if it spends, it's kind of, to me, I think it's going to unleash a phenomenal aggression going forward for the next 3 to 4 years, and on which then the inertia will kind of set in, and it'll take it on its own steam for the next 10 or 15. That's my view.
Inertia will be back. Srini, I woke up in the morning और दैनिक जागरण की headline थी दूरदर्शी budget. With your background in picture, think outside the box. Your opening remarks for the budget.
See, I want to draw focus to what I wrote for Business World last week as what's my guesstimate of sorts. And I think I wrote the phrase called, I'm looking forward for a capitalist budget with impact-led welfareism. And I think this budget in that sense ticks the box, because I'd also spoken about spends, front-loaded investments, capex on social infrastructure, civic infrastructure, youth. I mean, I'm very glad that the finance minister used the word called demographic dividend, because if we don't leverage that, and which is what we have done, demographic leverage. To me, what started, or what was the expectation, especially the media frenzy, of what generally is the Government of India's statement of accounts. But yesterday, I think we went way beyond that. What was presented was a 25-year vision document. It's like, if you imagine the corporate India, you're expecting the annual budgets, business plan, and you're actually having a document saying the next 25 years, this will be our culture, values, mission statement broken down. It ticks the box for me because the pillars of inclusion, for a fact, I'm very, very respectful and mindful. Pillars of inclusion without retorting to the general Garibi word. I'm so glad to hear it, that it is about inclusion. It is not about Garibi. Let's not celebrate poverty anymore. Let's bring more people out of it. I think that ticks the box. Youth, I think we have recognized demographic dividend, and more about also addressing concerns. If we don't find them avenues of employability, either entrepreneurship or jobs, at some point, there will be a lot of social and political pressure. I think we've also addressed the, concept of digital, be it the digital banks, the post office coming on, core banking. I mean, these are big, big moves. And when you wonder, saying, why the hell did we not think of these, path-breaking ideas? They've been all around. The core banking system has been all around.
I think somebody is extremely happy with you. They are adding background music to your monologue. Let me just check this. Okay, yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I think the pillars of inclusion, youth, digital, I think it's about self-reliance and self-sufficiency. I mean, if you look at the fine print about food security, I mean, it is all, and about agriculture, all the announcements around agriculture, it's about being self-reliant and self-sufficient. We don't need to be a poor state to get there. You can be a powerful state and you grow. So if I were to talk about, let's say, A to a couple of alphabets, to me, Atmanirbhar Bharat was very evident. Building India, very, very evident with this focus. Connecting India, amount of spends on infrastructure, networking, trains, cargoes, logistics. Digital India, again, very clear. I think somewhere without saying so, we have mentioned equality India. And more importantly, we'll achieve all this A, B, C, D, E through fiscal India. I mean, to me, it is a budget that's satisfying. But as I said, the devil is always in the details and the execution. It's great to have fantastic presentation. We can all cheer till cows come home. but how do we execute? For example, just to pick a point on what Vikram said, the capex spends, it is not as easy as we think it is. We have not spent all the capex that we budgeted last year. So there is, even in spending, it's not only in earning, even in spending, we seems to have fallen short, which we'll have to pick up steam on. And one fine print I think I would want to probably debate as we go along is in the capex targets, we've included a lot of chunk of that capex target is about interest cost, NHAI debt, interest-free loans given to the state. If you actually remove them, it's over 1 lakh crore. Then the capex falls that much. But of course, considering even if you remove them, it's still a considerably high capex spends.
Okay, so that forms a considerable part of it. Let me now shift the focus to the backbone of the economy, the MSMEs and startups. I mean, most of our panelists are experts in that area. 6,000 crore program to 8 MSMEs, which needs to be rolled out in the next 5 years. Various portals like Udyam, eShram, NCS, they will be linked together. And one of the major objectives is credit facilitization. The ECLGS scheme has been extended by, I'm forgetting the amount, but it has been extended. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the amount exactly. But Prabal, I'll come to you. Do you think the amount, the measures which have been taken with respect to the MSMEs, and MSMEs have been given a special focus in this budget, do you think they're sufficient to, enable MSMEs to borrow more and start putting the capital into the growth engine of the economy?
See, Abhinav, here I would defer to the economists on the panel.
Okay.
But I would still say that there were two things I would like to say, of course, in this issue. That one of the structural issues which the economy has been facing over the last few years has been the growing inequality. And especially post-COVID, the growth, obviously, we all know has not been uniform, right? So, and MSMEs and some contact-intensive sectors are still struggling to a very large extent. So that is a. So the good thing about this budget is that it has taken that into cognizance, given sector-specific trusts, as well as extending the ELGS scheme, etc. So the credit availability, which has been the cornerstone of this government's fight against COVID, continues specifically for the MSMEs as well. So that part is a given, and that part is good. The question, though, obviously would remain is that will job creation be enough or not? This is linked directly to the question of job creation as well.
Yeah.
It's a toss of a coin at the moment, but if this sort of capital expenditure which comes in, say 7.5 lakh crores from the central government, which will translate to roughly about 22 lakh crores overall in terms of capital formation between private capex, PSU, state governments, and all of that. So 22 lakhs crores or thereabouts is a very, very large number for the Indian economy. And since most of it is in infrastructure like roads and pipes and pipelines and things of that nature, which are very labor intensive, the hope is that the MSMEs and job creation both will go hand in hand.
You think so?
Yes, it can, because it's roads, right? I mean, the outlay for roads is massive. For pipelines is massive, and all of this are extremely labor intensive. So therefore, once that starts, obviously the MSMEs come into the picture, so do the job creation part of it. So these two angles, if they come in together, which is obviously a hope at the moment, but I think if we believe in this budget and believe in the execution capability of the government, I think this will be, the first concrete steps we have taken towards alleviating this side of the problem of the lopsided growth we have been seeing.
Okay. Dakshita ji, day before yesterday, we were talking about jobless growth. Do you believe that the steps announced for the MSMEs would eventually result in that void being filled?
Absolutely, because capex, the capex expenditure is per se a job creator, and the entire interlinkages of the country are such that the MSME sector provides a great support to the bigger entities which operate in the scheme of things. So I think it's a good way to create jobs, because the jobs being created are of technically skilled people. I mean, there is one very good thing which happens in budgets, which is that the finance minister's intent, which is captured in the speech, actually also gives an indication of which direction the country goes. So the rest of the documents perhaps per se may be numbers which supplement or complement or take care of the day-to-day governance. But in this case, the scenario is that you're actually going to be doing skilling of people who will complement and supplement the efforts in terms of the capex expansion. So I think, yes, it's a matter of time. And one of the panelists mentioned about the fact of implementation. I mean, I think we had discussed this, Abhinav, a few days ago, that implementation is very closely monitored. And in fact, in all budget documents, you can also find a little statement, or you can find it on the website of the Finance Ministry, where the previous announcements are tracked so that the implementation happens. Like, let's take LIC disinvestment. I think this was announced in the 2020 budget. It's taken us to reach 2022, but the path was charted. I mean, maybe it didn't happen that year, maybe it happened a couple of years later, but it happened. So in that sense, yes, the intent is there, and therefore the push to deliver the intent I'm very sure will happen.
Optimistic Ms. Das. Mr. Ravi.
Yeah. So about jobs, I feel even the budget has some aspects of it, but digital India and going digital into the villages is going to create jobs. You see, there are people who are looking for jobs only in the metros and the semi metros or the urban part of India. I think what is very important, decluttering the main cities, metros, putting people there, giving opportunities at the village level or at the semi-urban level or semi-rural level. So I think it has to migrate, and that's what I think Digital India is going to do. So I personally feel that that this step is a great step, because people like to come out. Why do people come out? They come out because they get opportunities somewhere else. So I think it is important that people are pushed back to the place of their origin or wherever they are, so that they establish themselves there, get a job, make themselves secure, instead of all cluttering cities. So I think Srinath mentioned about equalization. Somewhere I think it does talk of that. If you see the fine print of the budget, it does talk of that. So that is my take.
Sure, but Mr. Ravi, the point which we were trying to address was, will the announcements in the MSME space eventually lead to more job creation? I mean, education and employability is one area, digitalization is of course one area, but they are more tangible when it comes to job creation. Announcements in the MSME space, like access to credit, enhancement of the ECLGS scheme, will that eventually lead to job creation? That is my whole point.
So let me tell you how SMEs are created. SMEs are created because of necessity. They are either doing a supply to a big BHEL, NTPC or big PSUs. Okay, and if you look at, I'm just taking you back, you look at the city of Trichy, it got established primarily because of BHEL. The type of number of vendors that SMEs came across, mushroom growth that happened there is because of that city, at that BHEL there. So similarly, what is going to happen is we are going to see the capex. Once the capex comes in, more and more SMEs will come in. And that is what I see. And what has happened because of all the schemes, the SMEs are sort of stabilizing now. So at least jobs which were lost during this period, it will come back, number one. Number two, with this expansion that is going to happen across India in various forms. So what will happen is SMEs will play a big role. And you see, if you look at 94% of of the production, so to say, of the manufacturing are supported by SMEs in some form or the other. So I think that is going to be the backbone, and it'll certainly create jobs. And one more thing, let us also not forget, we are only talking of jobs, but we should also talk about entrepreneurship. With the Startup India and the facility, a lot of young people will join the movement of getting jobs for themselves or starting entrepreneurs, becoming entrepreneurs. I think it's a budget which has opened a lot of openings for the young people who want to start it. But coming back to your thing, SMEs are going to create jobs because there are going to be more SMEs than MSMEs.
Okay. Mr. Vikram, am I being a cynic in not agreeing with this?
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's a fair question to address whether SME is good. I mean, it's unfair to load the entire pressure of job creation only on the SME, but then it's a fair question to ask whether SME investments in SME is going to lead to job creation. But I have a slightly different perspective. I think we should kind of, whatever announcements have been made during the budget or what I see in the finance bill are basically the direct investments towards credit availability, some cash flow norms, all these kind of things. See, that is one aspect. These are the direct benefits which are given to the SMEs. SMEs, they are given to the SMEs who are anyway creating jobs. Now, your question is very good, saying that will that impact job creation in this? See, job creation by the SME is not going to happen by the existing SMEs. Job creation by the SMEs is going to happen when the SME universe itself increases. And I think that has been addressed in the government, because let's look at a couple of sectors. I mean, roads and defense is huge, 150,000 crores of capex only on defense and another 2.5 lakhs on revenue side, and 68% committed for Atmanirbhar, which means the kind of secondary and tertiary kind of entrepreneurship that will develop is going to create that much job. But one small point on entrepreneurship, I think it's high time, this job creation data and all that, it is, you can say CMI and all these guys are famous or infamous in giving those data, but they're still probably stuck in the old socialistic world. All of us know that the entire world is moving towards the informal sector. It's moving towards the gig economy. Now, for example, so much investment is going to be made in, let's say, the digital economy, or let's take a small segment, seemingly small, but actually very large. Let's say 3,500 crores outlay on something like the gaming sector. Now that's going to that's slated to give something that's going to be industry size of 3.5 lakh crores in another 2 or 3 years. Now the guys and the kids, at home, these guys are going to make these games and all these are not going to be part of the formal sector.
Yeah.
So I don't think, and that is also SME, by the way. That is also SME. Now, what is going to happen is I think we'll all have to kind of take our eyes away from looking at jobs in a formal manner, but kind of transition that to the informal sector, to the services sector, to the gig economy. All these are also jobs at the end of the day, and that is going to be increased, because in every domain, especially Prabal said about roads earlier. I mean, that whole thing, that thing about your what is that, the logistics program, which is the Gati Shakti project. I mean, the amount of jobs that is going to create is huge. And the other thing about jobs is we kind of get biased by these urban metro jobs. These are,
a small part of the pie.
Even for that matter, look at services sector, for example. I mean, services sector is kind of contributing around 50 to 54% of the GDP, but creating something like 4 odd million jobs or 5, that's the kind of number of jobs. So we don't have to rely on that. We have to rely on the larger investment made in the infrastructure projects, in the Gati Shakti, in the defense, in the railways. We often miss out railways now because, it's kind of plugged into the same budget from last couple of years. But that's what is going to create jobs. So I think to load SME very singularly in a conventional paradigm of whether we infuse funds in SME and therefore, it will create jobs. Well, yes, fair question to ask, but unfair beyond a point, because job creation is a much larger role. It's going to happen in the informal sector, happening in the agri sector, happening in the,
Fair enough. Srini? Is there anything you want to add to that?
Sure, I think what started off, two important points in the budget stand out with respect to MSME. The allocation for export competitiveness, we are underestimating it. It's a very, very powerful tool. For the first time, we are speaking about export competitiveness because that is what is going to make our MSMEs have higher value output. Otherwise, we are just going to simply be mom and pop stores. By the way, 6 crore MSMEs, 11 crore Indians working in this sector, contributing 30% of GDP. Compare it to China. China used singularly export competitiveness over the last 30 years. And this is a research paper that Dakshita ma'am and me wrote of researching different countries and saying that how can today China's 80% of GDP comes from MSME and SME. So can we create that? I think this is one path. And I think export competitiveness is a very, very big step there. Two, I think irrespective of the numbers of ECLGS, they're very, very short-term and handholding of sorts, which is needed.
Correct.
But more importantly to me, we will have to sooner or later address the elephant in the room. The lending hesitancy versus credit hesitancy. The credit hesitancy is because if I were SME and I don't think my business is viable anymore, there's no point in giving me more loans for that particular business. I'm not going to borrow more. At some point, I'll have to square it off and close this business unit and start something more. But whereas lending hesitancy, for all the, bravado that we speak about, that there is enough credit flow happening to SME and MSME, I think heart of heart, we know it is not. If, for example, if it popularly comes under any of the tick boxes that we can do as PSL or whatever, if we are forced to do it, probably we would go and lend more. But here the encouraging sign that is happening is the fintech startups are looking at SME very, very differently, lending to them. And I think here is where, again, the digital backbone is going to help them. The banks at this point in time still hesitate for SME and MSME. It's a tick box. So if I club this two, export competitiveness and credit, I think that is where we are going to see a magic. And I agree with all the panelists' views about manufacturing. I think all across. If you look at only defense, we are increasing the proportion of procurement to be done domestically this year. And that again is a large number. And again, it is going to come from downstream SMEs and MSMEs.
My sincere apology to all the panelists if you find me a little distracted by typing, because I'm also looking after the back end. So please don't take any offense on that part. I'm all focused on whatever each one of you is saying. Pavalda, I'll come to you. Srini mentioned about export competitiveness. Do you think special preference to the defense sector, 68% of the defense capex will go in boosting the local defense industry, and India is aiming at becoming a big defense exporter. We want to match the mights of Russia and China and US for that matter. We recently closed a very big defense deal through exports. Do you believe that government is moving in the direction of making the Indian arms and ammunitions, or let's say the overall defense sector, a little more export oriented through this allocation?
See, I'm not an expert on defense, Abhinav, but I do speak to, my connections with the defense industry and with the defense ministry, etc. So I do hear things. Now, from what I understand is that we are still very, very far away from becoming a major defense exporter. We are not there because it's not, we have always imported our needs, right? So we are starting on that path. So to your limited question on whether we'll become an export powerhouse on defense and all of that, the sense I get is it is too premature at the moment. But we have to start on that path at some point, and that's a very good beginning. Okay. But the larger question which Srinath talked about, and which you're also asking about, export competitiveness. See, the global trade situation has never been as good as it is actually currently. And therefore, our non-export, non-software exports, which are the goods exports, has been amongst the highest the growth has been the highest in the last 10 years, right? So the manufacturing revival, which is also linked to the question of jobs and growth and all of that stuff, has many tailwinds, has extremely high tailwinds. One, because of the China plus one factor. Second, because of dislocation of various supply chains and all of that. And the revival is pretty broad-based as far as we are concerned. So we are seeing things like specialty chemicals, for example, where we're getting economies of scale now. So when you, because most of it is moving out of China because of climate issues and because of the other issues we mentioned. So specialty chemicals, electronics, these are two which are actually leading this revival of, let's say, Atmanirbharta, or basically a manufacturing revival, which is critical because it's been missing for the last 30 years practically, right? So, and the ecosystem benefits of when you get scale, like in specialty chemicals and electronics to a degree, is that the suppliers then try to relocate to India in this case and start building their plants so that they can do just-in-time inventory and things of that nature. That's already beginning to happen. I see that happening in electronics. I see that happening in specialty chemicals. It's already because we have reached that inflection point in the last 3 to 4 years. Textiles, that's the other very big elephant in the room, which to an extent is sort of, just to give you an idea of the picture of how it works for exports. In textiles, we are okay on the yarn side, but not on the garment side, right? That's where even countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam have beaten us hollow. But that's where the opportunity is, because 50% of the manufacturing workforce, 50% is in textiles. So if we have to create jobs and create growth, and our textiles as an industry will have to obviously be given benefits and focus. So
of course,
auto components, right? So these are things where we are still small players, but because of the good tailwind of international trade environment today, plus the China plus one strategy, which is sort of taking shape, etc. I think we have one huge area to be sort of very optimistic about, which is the manufacturing revival.
Sure.
So, and that is to do with export competitiveness, of course. Having said that, do understand that we have traditionally not been export competitive, and that's the reason just about 1 to 2% of world trade is because the three factors of production, all three of them, are highly politically sensitive, and we are messed up there, which is land, labor, and capital, right? All three of them. So on the labor front, we are taking baby steps. So let's hope something happens. I've talked about an SEZ for manufacturing and all that, they're getting there in some form or the other. Financial sector, we have done something, but our cost of capital remains still extremely high for many structural issues. Now, we have done some financial sector reforms last year, big ones, like a big bank, etc. But much more needs to be done. And land being land, we'll see how it works out. So there are opportunities. There are huge opportunities. But I think the government is doing things in the right
baby steps.
Finally, it is taking the right steps. There have been a lot of false steps in the last 5-6 years since they came to power. But I think the last 2 years has been very good. And the consistency in that direction is something which is good, which is really good.
Fair point. Dakshita ji, I'll just reorient the question for you a little. Prabalda mentioned about a lot of sectors. I'll add one more if we want to become an export-driven economy. Of course, land and labor laws reforms are still in the process. But sectors like agriculture, a lot of agriculture lobbyists have been arguing with the government that instead of arguing over MSP, we should move over to high-value crops and their exports. Like we can manufacture, like we have a hub of tulips. We can produce tulips and export them to a certain part of any country. Do you think we are taking the right steps, and this budget is a plus one when it comes to export-driven economy?
Well, I found that there was a mention to millets in the budget.
Yes.
There was also a mention to agri-tech. Both of them are enabling for the ecosystem to rise to the occasion. I'm sure millet is something which is unique to India, the millet production. The adoption of technology will also boost agriculture. So yes, in a sense, we should move away from, and there is also a mention about organic or eco-friendly, inputs. Now, I think all of that gives a certain directional change to the way agriculture is viewed. It's no longer viewed as free electricity and free this and free that. It's looked at something where you're bringing in a more scientific or a more modern or a more what can I say, a more international type of a look to the whole sector. But as Mr. Roy said earlier, in the case of defense, these are early days. It depends on how the crop cycles react to it, how the education or the advocacy of these moves pan out. But no doubt, this budget does capture an intent to make agricultural production more competitive and therefore having its own tangible results.
Sure. Mr. Ravi?
So first of all, let us see a very small point, which of course is about agriculture tools. So there is going to be a steep discount or discount there, and the prices are going to drop by about 15 to 20%. So that is one way of supporting the farmers. That's what I feel. Second, let us look at the drone part of it. So again, that is something that is very interesting, because it will help the farmers to do an assessment, which is going to take them more efficient, and also the loss that they try to experiment with various crops is also going to be eradicated once for all. So that is the second very, very good step in my view. And the third part is the digital part itself. It will help in so many platforms will come in the next few years to help people in soil testing, to actually making other such assessments for the farmers. So that will make it very, very, very competitive, and the prices will reduce. The fourth point is the logistic part of it. Again, see the very fine print of the budget, there is a very clear mention of the logistic part of it. And I think with the digital part, robotics can also come in and play a big role. So I know of a company which is into robotics in the agri space. So I think these changes are going to help the farmers, the pricing, and it will make them stronger. That's what I feel.
Sure. Mr. Vikram, the larger picture of exports and whether agriculture can fit into it.
So you want me to answer in the context of your earlier question, which is export competitiveness in defense, or the larger export competitiveness?
Larger export.
Okay,
defense was just one small part of it.
Yeah, I think. One of the good things, at least my personal view, absolutely. I'm not so much of this thing for the service economy itself, because that doesn't add too much, and the value addition on that is kind of a little ephemeral. But the real value addition happens when you really have some manufacturing sector going forward and exporting. Now, in that, export competitiveness is dependent on what? On currency management. For example, I have a MSME where we are importers and exporters. Now, the dollar has, kind of fallen by another notch, 3 or 4%. Now, it makes good sense for the importer, but for the exporter, it becomes that much more problematic. So currency is one thing. Of course, I'm not talking about land, labor, productivity. That's, of course, the internal aspect. But currency plays a huge role at this point of time. That is one. Secondly, the buying economies. It's not about you selling and you exporting. Even the buying economies right now are under pressure. For example, US is under pressure. But the good thing is, they cannot but not buy from the entire world. They've kind of messed up their entire economy. They'll have to keep buying. So in that sense, you've got a window in terms of exports. So there's a huge opportunity available for imports. Currency is in a deep shape, unless, of course, some interventions happen and then, suddenly it falls. That's another aspect. But then it's also good on another count. On the domestic front, I think... You
wanted to use some other word instead of shape. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think to cut the long story short, there's a huge amount of export competitiveness built into the system, because the way the entire economy is structured at this point of time. Now, to get that implemented and make that happen, I'm very, very positive. Very honestly, it is going to happen. It will happen. In various sectors. Defense, for example. See, let's talk about defense for just half a second. defense, apart from the export competitiveness, is also, apart from all these other factors, is also dependent on geopolitics, right? I mean, look at what happened in the AUKUS kind of things. It's just because Australia bought from one place, they actually had to cancel the damn order. And the US then said, no, you buy it from me, don't buy it from anybody else. So geopolitics also plays a huge role in terms of, at least in terms of defense exports. Now, look at Quad, for example. All these countries, we are the manufacturing base, so it will add on to the opportunity to export, at least on the Quad count. So I think in terms of defense, we are very well placed. In terms of agri, you mentioned agri. I think Ravi also mentioned agri. There, about 135,000 outlay which has been made in the budget. Of course, sadly, a lot of it, apart from what is made for the subsidies, that's kind of a waste of a good 32 lakh chunk of the 32 lakh crores. But a huge amount of investment, or rather revenue side expenditure, has been allocated towards the agri-food and agri-tech sector. And the government is already determined towards that, and a lot is happening. And I know that in the past, the ministry was, fairly aggressive. Even on textile, I completely agree. There is a lot of export competitiveness that can happen in the textile space, especially in these smart apparel, intelligent apparel kind of domain at this point of time. Of course, the Pakistan and Bangladesh, half of that is towards the haberdashery or the curtains and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of value addition apparel is happening right now in Japan, in Taiwan, in India, even in the US. And I think there's a big opportunity to apparel, big opportunity. It will happen. Food, big opportunity. It will happen. Defense, I think we are well placed geopolitically, so there's a lot of opportunity over there that will happen. And then you will have to then depend on the inherent ability of us SMEs to kind of rule the world when it comes to export competitive. When the entire psyche is very positive, when the entire ecosystem is very healthy, then I think the individual entrepreneur takes it and runs with him. And I think you can't challenge the Indian entrepreneur on that count, at least. So overall, I think export competitiveness, we're going to see very high. It just helps that we have such a huge domestic demand that kind of gives him a cushion to operate. And then
fair enough.
Yeah,
that's a fair point. Now, Srini, this would be the last part of our conversation. And, let's talk about numbers a little. The proposed fiscal deficit target of 6.4% of GDP and the divestment targets which the government has set for this year. Do you think after the Air India experience, the government has got a little realistic on the divestment numbers and, the fiscal deficit numbers?
Whatever one says, I think it cuts both ways, right? If I were to use a colloquial language instead of air, you say awa. You can toss any number in the awa. But I think I am glad that they've not thrown a large number, which is unbelievable. If this is a number which I would rather promise something and overachieve, which is fine. And for all the, let's say, yesterday we've seen a huge amount of cynicism saying that, does it mean LIC won't go through? Not really. Even if LIC were to go through, and it also speaks very well about the entire process, right? You can hope to time the process, but this is your family jewel. You have to get it right. You have to have the ability to steer it and not a gun held to you saying that you must divest within March. Let's say if the markets are buoyant and you can get it done, then great. Markets are not. For all the critics who talk about independence of the regulator versus the market, regulator is fine, but markets are independent. So you cannot be held accountable if you had to delay it by a month and get a better valuation. So if I were a treasurer, this is what I would do. So in that, I think they've been very, very prudent. And I think it is also, if you look at it, balancing the budget, it also shows that they're not dependent only on those divestment targets. It means that if they achieve more, the fiscal deficit falls far steeper. And it is also what I think we have all been talking about, that we must achieve it as the roadmap was given, right? The entire concept that we've been, let's say, some of the criticism has been, why is it that we keep tampering with some of those numbers? And I don't think we're going to tamper with some of those numbers, because very, very clearly you have a council which is the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. So we have a roadmap for that. And but for COVID, I think we would have come there. I think I'm very happy that the numbers are lower than what everybody is claiming it to be.
Numbers are lower. Dakshita ji, we were talking about fiscal prudence. We ended our last discussion with fiscal prudence. Firstly, do you think that the divestment numbers are far more practical than last year or maybe the year before?
Most certainly. Srinath has said it all, because the embedded value of LIC yesterday, we heard the press conference, the embedded value of LIC is yet to emerge. But so we are walking a path where we are working on a ultra rational, or we can say slightly on the conservative side number. But having said that, I'd like to point out one thing, that a budget is an annual budget is a continuous exercise of recasting of numbers. And the parliament and the law of the land permits you to recast your numbers. You can take a supplementary. And as we noticed this year in December, in the winter session, there was a very huge supplementary taken to cater for mid-year interest, to factor in many changes. So a budget is not a static thing that whatever has been presented, say yesterday, becomes something which you have to, you can moderate, you can amend, because many, I mean, you can't predict decisions. Decisions are variable. I mean, like nobody predicted COVID or the third wave, and that things would have been very different. So yes, I mean, you worked on a baseline number, and here with this number, you can only go up perhaps. So
Sure. Prabalda, do you think government is becoming better at targeting sales numbers and in fact selling after their India experience?
So I would just step back a little bit and comment on this. You see, there were three definitive things which Nirmala ji did last year in the last year's budget, which is the economic to change the economic trajectory of India actually. So one of them, out of the three, one of them was the departure she made, basically in cleaning up the books and showing the financials for what they are, right? Which has been for past since 2011. I think Chidambaram started it, and then it got continued by every finance minister. So the financials are unbelievable in many ways, the off-balance sheet financing and stuff like that. Now, this departure she made last year on the road to building credibility of the financial statements is paramount, I think, in getting confidence back in India, right? So to that extent, under-promising and over-delivering, as Srinath said, is the mantra to go. And to that extent, I'm very, very sure that there are two cushions. A good CFO always keeps cushions in the budget, right? In any budget. I've done that for my whole life. And she has kept two cushions. The two cushions are, one is divestment. 65,000 crores is obviously a very realistic number, but it will be overachieved, hopefully if things go on track. And the second is tax revenues of 17 lakh crores. These are two cushions she has kept in the budget, and very wisely, because there are three imponderables in the world today, which can affect us globally, apart from the mess ups which can create ourselves. But external shocks, there are three of them. One is, of course, commodity prices. The budget is at $75 a barrel for oil. Today, the oil is at 90. Okay. Now, what if oil goes to 100? There'll have to be excise cuts, for example, right? So who's going to fund that? So therefore, the tax revenues cushion is very much necessary. So oil is one. The second is withdrawal of liquidity by the Fed, and the pace. The pace is more important. I think that. And third is this issue of COVID is still lingering on, right? I mean, nobody knows if there'll be a fourth wave or not, and how it. So all these three things put together are global shocks, which we don't have control on. So I think she's done the right thing by, doing what she has done in keeping these hedges in the thing.
Sure. Mr. Ravi, closing remarks from you, divestment targets.
So Dakshita mentioned very clearly about LIC. Let's take that as an example. So what happens, there's a huge process, and then this period of COVID, last two waves, and you don't get investments very easily for this. because you won't get the optimum value which you are desiring. So what happens is this process of disinvestment is a period of 2 to 3 years. Let me, even if you plan it out. For example, let us take Air India. What was announced in the Atmanirbhar scheme about only 2 public sector companies being in the same space or same, that will also happen. It's just a matter of time. And also, it is also very imperative to, and it's also important to note that government is already collecting all the details of unproductive assets from all the PSUs. So the unproductive assets are a big challenge. So for example, all these big PSUs own a lot of land and properties, which are not being used at all. So I think it's not about only disinvestment of the core sector, but it's also about getting value for all this. So it's a process, and these process have to be, there has to be a mechanism of market discovery, and which is not a very easy process. So my take on all this is that it is not going to be, you can't fix 1 year to do all this. It's a process. There will be spillover, there will be an extension there, but finally they have to, what they have promised, they have to sort of deliver, but it will be in a span of maybe 2 years, 3 years. I see this year there will be an attempt to actually take out a lot of PSUs or merge them or make 2 PSUs in the same space, so that the unwanted, non-productive and non-operative PSUs are taken out of the from the government. That's what I feel.
Sure. It's a process. Vikramji.
No, so you linked fiscal deficit and disinvestment. Let's look at, see, in the fiscal deficit of that 17 odd lakh crores, some 9.5 lakh crores is interest payout.
Correct.
Okay, which probably can be negotiated, and that leaves you with the other 6 or 7 lakhs. That's the kind of number that needs, that's the kind of a bridge factor that we are talking about. And yes, that, see, what happens is that money, that money will be required from various places. You can have, treasury borrowings and all those kind of things also coming in. You'll have internal revenues that will be generated towards that amount. Disinvestment is, by the way, just one small point. At the end of the day, it's, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. My question was, do you think they're realistic with your numbers?
Yeah, I think they're more than realistic. But the reverse is happening, where the government has to put money in Idea and Vodafone to kind of bail them out also. The reverse, so that is investment on the government side. So yes, disinvestment, all the targets are absolutely realistic. I think there should not be this force on the government. Okay, disinvest. It's privatization. Let's call it privatization, and let them do it at a decent pace, get a decent value out of it, and that's what is going to benefit. Unnecessary just pressurizing it is going to take it away. Quite honestly, the load on the fiscal deficit is not going to reduce because of disinvestment. That's a completely different thing. That was the point I was trying to make. So, completely, the numbers are absolutely in line. There'll be better numbers, only you have to give them time. I mean, it's anybody operating the stock market will know. I mean, you cannot time it, but as best as possible. Let's not at least devalue it, that's why.
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for setting the tone right and really crossed the limit. And thank you for setting the tone of the day right as far as economy and all the sectors are concerned. Sheena Sridharan, Mr. S. Ravi, Vikram Limse, Dakshata Dasji, Prabal Da, thank you so much for your time and taking out time and talking to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next panel, which is green energy. I have with us Mr. Deepesh Nanda and Mr. Rohel Amin will take this conversation forward. Mr. Deepesh Nanda is the CEO, Gas Power GE South Asia, and we will be talking about the reforms made in the budget in the green energy sector. Rohel, over to you, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. If I could request you to switch on, yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. Great. So, Mr. Nanda, just the next day after the big budget that we witnessed yesterday, and we have got enough time to look at what has happened, what were the key areas that were talked about. When we talk about clean, green energy and sustainability, what do you think are the big takeaways for this sector from yesterday's announcement?
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to compliment the government for staying on path, staying on course when it comes to green energy. Um, Energy being a backbone segment of the economy, I think we have stayed pretty consistent to our goals, which were announced earlier. So if I were to just go back a few months back, we made this commitment at a global stage with the COP26, where we said that we'll be net neutral when it comes to emissions by 2070.
Right.
I think the announcements made yesterday, though the industry was expecting much more, especially in terms of hydrogen, but I suppose that's on its way. But announcements made yesterday in terms of battery and then transition fuels, those will hold us in good stead. It'll give a fillip in terms of investments when it comes to digitization, when it comes to green mobility, when it comes to green energy. A few very clear steps taken yesterday, including things like coming up with specific pilot projects. Like, for example, there was mention of 4 coal to gas gasification projects, albeit on a pilot scale. Again, that tells you that we are moving towards not just one source, which could be, say, wind or solar, but even or batteries, but we're also looking at conventional thermal fuel, and then coming up with a scheme on how you can make use of thermal fuel and yet keep the environment safe.
Right.
We can discuss this in some more details.
Right. So we have seen a lot of focus on greenhouse gas emission reduction, and we have set a target, a huge ambitious target for 2030, 2070, which also means a lot of investments, access to technology. Do you think, are we on track? Is there anything that you suggest needs to be focused upon, which has not been addressed?
I think you've hit the right point in terms of what would it take for us to implement these projects. I would say 3 things. One is have a solid financing plan in place, and I see steps being taken even in this budget in terms of how should you create a green energy fund. There are a few green energy funds out there already available, but then making sure that there are enough incentives to create a financing infrastructure to finance green projects. That's step number 1. A few things that we could do is that we could, in a time-bound manner, in a phased manner, start announcing what incentives will be offered to promote green energy and up to what time period. I would also encourage a holistic view on how do we achieve net neutral, because achieving net neutral will be a combination of a few different sources of energy. This budget was heavy when it came to solar, and again, compliments to the government. But then I would also encourage the government to look at other sources of electricity to make sure that the grid is harmonized. Let me get into some more details. When we've set ourselves a target of 450 gigawatt by 2030 on renewable sources of electricity, for us to hit that 450 gigawatt, today we are at 100. We have 8 years to go. We will approximately need to add 2 to 3 gigawatt every month. Is it possible? Definitely possible. Why do I say so? Way back in 2014, we started with almost a single digit in terms of an installed base when it came to RE. Today we are above 100. The track record is available there for us to see that if as a nation and if as a team, policymakers, investors, financing institutions, if we come together, then it's definitely possible. So while on the face of it, adding 2 gigawatt every month looks like a pretty tall ask, but then if we have the right policy framework, which is in the making, then potentially we can hit that number of 450, or we can come close to the number of 450 gigawatts of renewable energy. But what that does is that also makes a few other components in the electricity system, especially the grid, quite vulnerable. Once you've built 450 gigawatts of renewable energy in the grid, and as you keep building it, you want to make sure that you take full advantage of the amount of renewable energy which is added to the grid. And I suspect that that element is not been focused to in some detail, because there will be, curtailment of renewable energy if the grid doesn't have the capability to absorb the renewable energy. And this is where we'll have to come up with complementing firm sources of electricity. The budget talks about battery. Again, kudos to the government thinking right. We are getting into the cutting edge of technology when it comes to batteries, and we are inviting the private sector and the government to play a pivotal role in coming up with battery. But batteries are megawatt hour constrained. Today, for example, we've reached a point where battery solutions are viable within the 4 hours to 8 hours bracket. Beyond that, it becomes unviable. So while battery will definitely play a role, I think we need to expand the basket. And the point that I'm trying to make is that look at other sources of electricity like natural gas. Natural gas does have emissions, but then it is a fraction of what other sources of thermal, especially coal, currently offer. Now, India's installed base, approximately 350 gigawatts today, is at 60% base load is coal. One way to get net neutral by 2070 is to flip this 60% and reduce this drastically. But a lot of that 60% is taking care of our day-to-day baseload requirements. Overnight renewable energy will not be in a position to take care of baseload requirements. And that's where, if you want to eliminate large chunks of carbon emission, a faster way to do is to switch some of the 60 to natural gas-based projects. You will immediately bring down the carbon footprint by 50%. So if you have 1,000 gigawatts of 1,000 megawatts of coal to 1,000 megawatts of gas, the reduction instantly is 50%. All OEMs, when it comes to technology, and I speak for the industry, have efficiencies above 60% available on gas turbine technology. And high efficiency gas turbine technology, the other word is that you have much lower emissions. But then you want to be net neutral. So if you were to switch from, say, coal to gas, and then you marry that gas solution to wind and solar, you can reduce carbon emissions to up to 70 to 75%. And then you have batteries. So you integrate the chain and let the primary source be wind, solar, with a backup of battery. And then when you don't have any of these three available at some points in time, then a quick ramp up station like gas can act as a buffer fuel. And then our emissions come down to as high as 85%. The budget is silent on gas. I think this has been the case for many years now. We were expecting, just given the fact that globally, including in markets like Europe, gas has now been considered as a green fuel up to a time scale of 2030 to enable this transition from coal to renewable via gas. So when we look at this energy transition, I think looking at it from a holistic perspective that you're going to add 450 till 2030 of renewable energy, there will be curtailment. How do you avoid the curtailment? Look at complementing sources of electricity like batteries, which has been addressed, but also come up with a policy where gas can play a major role.
Right. Interesting, very valid points, Mr. Nanda. And, I also yesterday also we had a discussion on this, and this one question that I really wanted to ask you that despite all this all these ambitious projects that we have to reduce, dependence on coal and other fossil fuels, the coal ministry still has a larger budget than renewable energy. Of course, the demands are very different, but I mean, how do we settle this? Is there a little bit of, could a better thing be done yesterday to bridge that? At least you said the gas sector has been neglected. How do you see this? This is a contradiction as well.
I'd say that the global projections by IEA on coal consumption in this decade indicate that there's likely to be higher consumption of coal between 2022 and 2030. So let's park that for a moment, that this is not just an India case, but this is something that the global agencies have forecasted. And hence, we will see a transition happening. During the transition phase, India will have to address the net neutral needs. We, of course, have kept 2070 as the point where we'll be net neutral on carbon. Immediate solutions which are available, which I'm sure policymakers are thinking, and I expect these policies to get announced in due course, is on things like carbon capture. It would be impractical for us to switch from coal to other sources of electricity overnight. You may also have issues in terms of fuel security. India has its own sources of energy, which is coal. So we would want to secure that as a fuel. Of course, we have kept, going green in the center of all of this. But these are a few issues that the government is thinking and grappling with. Is what do we do in terms of fuel security? How do we make existing infrastructure on fossil fuel cleaner? And that's where I would say that getting large players like, for example, GE, where we could play the role of an integrator on carbon capture. The budget probably is actually silent on things like carbon capture. Once we use carbon capture technology, we do some of it pre-combustion, where you increase the quality of the fuel. You also increase the efficiency in the combustion system, and that's step one to reduce the carbon emission. And then you do post-combustion by capturing the carbon. Again, going back to your opening comment, all this has to be done in a framework where there is financing available to address such requirements. And then there is always this factor on affordability, because all consumers are cost conscious. I would say from my experience that the Indian consumer is definitely cost conscious. And hence to do this within a framework that is affordable will again have to be a key element that we'll have to look into. So if you ask me that, do you see a shift from coal overnight? Not going to be the case. Is there a path for us to make the environment cleaner given the existing infrastructure? Definitely. There are technologies available both in the pre-combustion phase, post-combustion phase. And then I would say that you have immediate solutions, especially for the aged plants. So there has to be a segmentation in terms of, in the 60% of coal, which is more than 100 gigawatts of installed base, if we do an age classification, anything above say 25 years or anything closer to large cities which are load center, populous places, high density population, you could convert them pretty much overnight to natural gas, because then you reduce the carbon footprint by 50%, and then marry them with technologies like carbon capture. You do all this keeping cost in mind. I think you have a game plan to achieve the net neutral by 2070, maybe before 2070.
Right. While we are at this subject, I also want to ask you about GE's own initiatives, that are or the new product lineup that look very intensely at this conversation. What are the new innovations that are happening at GE?
Okay, so first things first, GE plays across the spectrum when it comes to power. Our energy companies, we are the largest wind turbine player in the world. We have the largest market share when it comes to gas-based power plant. At the core of what we are discussing internally today is the energy transition, and we are working on technologies that can offer cleaner solutions. I think carbon capture is a piece where we think we can play the role of an integrator. We can bring technologies, we can work with different stakeholders, and we can offer technology to capture carbon. That's one. The other, which hasn't come in this discussion so far, nor did it come in the budget, is hydrogen. If you look at hydrogen, gas turbines are inherently capable of burning hydrogen. In the range of gas turbines that we have, there are a few gas turbines in our portfolio that are currently available to burn as much as 100% hydrogen. For the others, we have anywhere between 25 to 50%, but with minor tweaks and investment in R&D, even these could go up the scale. In terms of existing installation base for us in terms of hydrogen, that in many parts of the world, we have examples of how gas turbines use hydrogen as the fuel. Closer home in India, we have a large site in Gujarat where we have close to 18 of our gas turbines generating close to 2,000 megawatts that run with 40% hydrogen. In fact, that fuel is syngas, and that brings me back to the budget announcement where 4 pilot projects on coal to gas gasification were announced. And alongside that, it was mentioned that the end product, which is syngas, a combination of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, will be used to produce chemicals. We would like to interject there and say that a lot of this energy translation from syngas to electricity could be viable and can be also used for the downstream play in terms of converting chemicals, because that complex will need electricity.
Right. Right.
We're making huge investments in terms of increasing efficiency of our portfolio, and then gas as a fuel for us to manage the entire energy transition is going to be a meaningful play for us. I'll take another moment or two and just give you an update on India. BHEL and GE, we came together as early as, I think it was 1986, and we set up a manufacturing facility for gas turbines in India, in Hyderabad. It's a BHEL facility based on GE's license. I would say it's a state-of-the-art facility. In our own terminology, that facility has the capability of manufacturing advanced class gas turbines. So when we talk about self-reliance and Atmanirbhar, it's been the case since the 80s for us in India. 10 years after that, we also established a services joint venture between GE and BHEL, again, a separate entity located in Hyderabad with a service shop, so that not only we manufacture cutting edge technology gas turbines for the Indian consumer, but we also take care of the aftermarket services through a joint venture structure of GE and BHEL.
Right.
Last word on GE, we have a strong R&D setup in India. We have close to 5,000 engineers in Bangalore, where we work on different technologies that range, of course, across the 4 businesses that we have, which is healthcare, aviation, but a bulk of the power R&D happens right here in country. And in Hyderabad, we have a large unit where we do research and work on the control system that goes into these products and integrates plants, integrates different solutions. So software control system, that's been our presence in India and the investments that we are making in India.
Right. Mr. Nanda, coming to the point of hydrogen as a fuel, alternative fuel, Prime Minister Modi announced, in August that an ambitious national hydrogen mission program that aims at increasing India's energy self-reliance. But some people say that it's 10 years ahead of where it can be practically utilized. Where are we in that space as a country? Where do we stand in your view?
I think, again, first, a lot of appreciation to the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister in dedicating the 15th August, address to the nation, where he rightly focused on hydrogen and came up with the hydrogen energy mission for the country. If you look at the time scale on how fast the green hydrogen can become a reality, I think 2 things will probably play out. One is that the more renewable energy addition happens in India, and we're already at 100, and we have said we'll do 450. And in that conversation, if you recall, we talked about a potential curtailment, that is grid not in a capacity to absorb that electricity. If that curtailment happens, then that curtailment could probably be used to generate green hydrogen.
Right.
And the cost of that green hydrogen hence will be affordable, because in any case you were to curtail it since the grid couldn't have taken it. So that's one. The other is that we should also probably include other sources of hydrogen in the hydrogen mission. So while our target is always to go towards green hydrogen, that is, use renewable sources of electricity through an electrolyzer to generate hydrogen, but we should also consider other sources of hydrogen, like, for example, methane. So if we take natural gas, and if you convert natural gas into hydrogen, then there are cost economic benefits of doing that versus green hydrogen, especially on 2-3 elements. One is the amount of land that you will need. The other is the amount of water that you would need, for example. If you were to compare that with converting CH4, which is methane, to hydrogen, burn that hydrogen in a gas turbine, you will get green electricity at the end of it. When you compare both on a financial model basis, I think blue hydrogen, as they call it, is probably a potential solution while you build the RE infrastructure in India, which is large enough to start generating green hydrogen. Lastly, $1 per kg hydrogen, that particular target, $1 per kg hydrogen, I would like to leave your viewers with the math around this $1 per kg of hydrogen. If you inject that into a gas turbine with a return for the investor at 15%, you can offer electricity at 3 rupees and 50 paise.
Right. Great. My final question is about India dictating the narrative around green energy. Because given the sheer size and the scope, are we doing it rightly so? Is there a way we could strengthen this narrative around and inspire others?
I think clearly we are in the forefront. There's no denying. I think we clearly count ourselves among the top 2 or 3 nations in the world who have embraced transition to green sources of energy. What's happened in the last 7 to 8 years is testimony to the fact there's enough data point that we are on that path. The only piece is we'll have to look at it holistic. We cannot ignore our fossil fuel sources. Coming up with a solution on how to decarbonize that is a big task. And pushing the can down the road will not hold us in good stead. And then looking at some practical solutions like embracing both natural gas. I would also include small nuclear and classifying this as quote unquote green so that it has access to financing, and then come up with a policy where the buyer, which largely is the Indian state governments, national governments, agencies like SECI, give preference to these fuels like natural gas to buffer the grid, to ultimately promote RE. That element is probably missing. Once we get that into the mix, then I think we would probably be a role model of sorts in terms of how, at this scale, for 1.3 billion people, we've been able to offer electricity to all. And by the way, that electricity is green electricity. So I would say, look at the whole gamut of different sources of electricity. Currently, I feel that we are doing very well in terms of solar. The announcements on PLI, for example, 19,500 crores investment, fantastic. I think wind can find some more mention.
Right.
Battery, great. I mean, at the grid scale battery announcements, fantastic. Also including financing requirements for that solution, great. Missing pieces, addressing existing thermal infrastructure, and then utilizing natural gas and nuclear in the energy transition.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda. A lot of positivity emerging out of this discussion and the sharp insights from your side that we are on our way, right on track. It might take some time, of course, given the size of economy. And there are, of course, going to be few challenges, but largely we are on track in this. But thank you so much, Mr. Nanda, for joining for this conversation.
Thank you.
Over to you, Abhinav.
Thank you, Lohel, and thank you, Mr. Nanda, for having this discussion. Green energy has been the focus area for the economy, for this government especially. And after we have set ambitious targets, we might be the next green power. Who knows? Mr. Nanda, thank you so much for your time.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next panel, the healthcare panel. And of course, I'm joined by Mr. Nanda, who will be leading this session. And just so that I get my introduction right for today, and Harbinder ji can get me right, he can correct me if I'm wrong. We have with us Dr. Kausal Shah, who's the CEO of Akash Healthcare Group, and Nikhil K. Masurkar, who's the Executive Director at Entod Pharmaceuticals. Harbinder ji, did I get my panelists right this time?
Absolutely, Abhinav.
Thank you.
This
Over
was
to you.
just to the point, and thank you so much, Abhinav.
Over to you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Nikhil Masurkar. Welcome, Dr. Kausal Shah.
Thank you.
For the benefit of our viewers, I'm going to take a short introduction of both of you. Mr. Nikhil Masurkar, who's the Executive Director of Entod, and I believe it's a short form for ENT, ophthalmic and dermatology. Am I correct?
That's
Awesome.
right, yes.
So that's my guess is correct. He is a research pharmacist who leads Entod, which is a company which is a research-based pharmacy company specializing in ophthalmic, ENT, and dermatology medicines. He has many clinical pharmacy and formulation research accreditations to his name. He is the third generation entrepreneur who joined his 3-decade-old family business. Welcome, Nikhil. Dr. Kausal, who is a chief operating officer at Akash Healthcare Group. Dr. Shah is a medical professional. He's an MD in pediatrics with MPhil in hospital and health information systems. He's a professional healthcare administrator along with business acumen who has demonstrated growth, leadership, streamlining of operations and management of complex activities in healthcare industry, apart from envisioning new concepts. Welcome to both the panelists.
Thank you.
Well, my first point that we're going to discuss here today refers to something which has been a focus of the Union Budget 2022 yesterday that was announced. The focus was on strengthening the delivery of mental health services. Now, this is being done through the rollout of the National Mental Health Program that the government is talking of. And this is probably the first time, in fact, it's a very welcome step that the government has recognized the need for mental health and putting it forefront by announcing it as a part of the budget. How is this initiative of Government of India going to impact the COVID-affected masses of this country? Dr. Shah.
Thanks a lot, Harbinder, and I think very well put across by you. This is something which has been a need. In fact, having been in the middle of this entire pandemic, we all have been seeing and watching, and I mean, more or less helplessly looking at the patients, that how mentally they become stressed post-COVID. COVID is not the only thing. In the first phase, we saw that how difficult it was to be accepting that you are actually a COVID positive patient, because nobody was wanting to be. It was not the fear of the illness which was, killing or creating this type of stress on the mental psyche of the people. More was the way in which it was being handled, like putting the sticker and getting everybody away and that type of isolation, which was really, really playing a lot negative things on the psyche of everybody. Second phase, which was tremendously, we don't need to talk about this, but that has left everybody even much more psychically weak, in fact. So, but the point here is why this is a very welcome sign from the government side. They have recognized this as a step towards doing something for the people who have suffered from the COVID. Because if you see most of the countries where WHO had done this research, that what is the component of mental health illness, the people who require mental health support, who have been part of COVID as a sickness or as a part of the family, about 81 to 83% of the people in about 21 of the countries where this survey was done, they said they do require it. Compared to our country, which are not so vehemently open to accept the need for a psychiatrist or a mental health, which is just about 40 to 45%, yet it's really, really commendable to see that the government recognized this, that this is not the real picture. The real need is way ahead of this. So I think this is a very welcome sign which the government has decided to take about this particular aspect, because from the COVID, it is not just the person who has suffered as a COVID patient, it is the family. Not only that, even those people who did not get the COVID, like for example, our adolescents, or maybe our teenagers, or maybe the school-going children who have not been able to go to the school for the last couple of years. Look at their mental health, look at their mental status, because we all have been, we all have grown in the structure where we were interacting with people. We were, learning various behavioral activities as a peer group also. But look at these kids, they are not exposed to that particular level of the exposure. So their the years when they turn into as a major, from minor to major or an adult or so, it will be little difficult for them to come to that level, because they have been more or less confined inside the houses. So I think this is a very, very welcome step which has been decided by the government. This was definitely required, and this will help in not only about the patients who have suffered from the COVID ailments, but also these kids, these teenagers, these adolescents, and those who did not suffer from the COVID, but they saw this from a very close by status. It's a very welcome sign in my opinion.
Thank you. Nikhil, what is your view on this? I mean, we saw it is not just the healthcare professionals, but we saw so much of tragedy around us. And like Dr. Kausa said that, the kids, the adolescents who've not been to school, but we've also seen that, they are now being exposed to screens, which we were trying as parents to put them away from. And also a lot of children lost their parents, loved ones, and managing them is an issue. So what are your views on this government's position on mental health being brought to the forefront?
Yeah, as Dr. Shah said, I 100% agree with him. It's commendable what the government of India has done, at least in terms of recognizing mental health as an issue, and setting up this telemedicine service portal in place. So obviously, we wait to hear the details of it, and I hope it's implemented in the right way. In many ways, the pandemic, one of the greatest impacts of the pandemic has been on mental health. And I think we haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. I think the impact of, the impact on mental health will be seen probably in the next few years, because people are still kind of recovering from the shock of all the disruption and the isolation and all the things that COVID led to. So I think we'll see it in the next few years, and for them to recognize it, I think it's a great thing. One, we all know that it will improve access to mental health services to people who need it the most. For me, I think the biggest issue here is more than investing in these kind of technologies, which obviously will help, no doubt, is to invest in the awareness and the prophylaxis aspects of mental health. So I would like to see the government announce, big campaigns to tell people that, mental health is not something bad. It's not a taboo, which it has been kind of seen as, and kind of to make it okay to seek help. I'm just worried that these portals will be there and no one will access it because people will be too afraid or kind of, I wouldn't want to use the word shy, but a bit hesitant to access these services. So I think the awareness has to go hand in hand along with the availability of a service like this. But yes, I think in the scheme of things, I think mental health, the very fact that it's been accepted and been recognized, I think it's a great thing for India, and I think at least we're on the right track.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. You're absolutely right. I think the awareness that needs to be created, the education around it is extremely important. My next... Yes.
May I just say a small thing about what Nikhil has just said? I think very well said, and he has said this very, very correctly, that the taboo or that particular thought in all the communities of our country is very strong, that mental health or psychology or psychologist basically means, or a psychiatrist means something about, madness or craziness basically. I think the culture and the implementation, how the government is going to implement this is really, really something going to be watched at. The way they will start, in my opinion, they should start maybe from the school time, when kids are being prepared to accept this as a normal thing right from the school time, so that as they grow in their careers, in their lives and all, they all accept it, which has been the culture in the Western countries. They start this very early, in fact. So I think I would completely agree with what Nikhil has been saying.
Absolutely. Nikhil, my next question is to you. That the budget has this time identified genomics and pharmaceutical as to be among the sunrise opportunities eligible for the supportive policies to build the domestic capacities and promotion of R&D. How do you see these steps towards building the pharmaceutical infrastructure in this country?
Yeah, I think in this budget, obviously with tax budgets, the tax benefits, for to help tech startups, that's kind of been extended for another year. That will definitely help in, in innovating and in kind of promoting research and development in the pharma industry, no doubt about it. But I think we need more clarity on this. I feel that we need to move away from COVID as such, because the next few years, I think, will be critical in terms of how we want to see the health of a nation. Yes, I know there's a lot of lot of movement that has happened in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, but now I think we need a post-pandemic plan, and that will involve research and development in non-communicable diseases. We're talking about kind of diseases such as, even we talked about mental health, neurological diseases, obesity, glaucoma. We need we need investment in these areas, in these chronic areas, where somewhere in the last 2 years we kind of lost focus on. So I welcome the government of India's initiative to continue the tax benefits, and I'm sure this will help. But what we want is real research that's kind of in line with what's going to happen in the next 3 or 4 years. And I don't think that, hopefully not, I don't think that will be pandemic related.
Dr. Shah, what Nikhil was saying, I have a thought on that, and I'm going to pick your brains on that. That during the recent pandemic and the second wave, we saw that most of the fatalities were with people who had comorbidities, and unfortunately or fortunately, while the whole pressure the healthcare system was bearing was because of the communicable diseases, where the NCDs or the non-communicable diseases were pushed at the back. And, how do we balance these two? Because, for the chronic cases, cancer, cardiac diseases, etc.
So basically, Harbinder, this is like, it's like a strategy. Strategy is like a short-term strategy, a mid-term strategy, and a long-term strategy. So if I have to put this entire thought into these three buckets, I would say that definitely there was a need, which was like definitely identified during this particular time when the COVID happened. We all faced this, some of the most toughest times of the entire human race. And we realized that despite being the third largest pharma manufacturing country in the entire world, we were falling short of so many things. Like the dependency on one particular country, which is like China for us, to supplying the raw materials to us. So while we may be the third largest manufacturing country in the world for pharma industry, but when it comes to the basic materials availability, which will be creating the specific drugs or so, we had tremendous dependency of over 80-85% on just one country. So I think this, in that particular way, it's a very, very welcome sign. And the government has decided to have much more R&D happening in our own country. So which will definitely shorten the dependency on any other country for that matter. So that is definitely a plan which is to be done and had to be done. This is like a short-term initiative, but this will have long-term benefit for us, because this will not be for sure limited to only infectious diseases. It will be related to everything that we can think about, whether it is an ailment like hypertension or let's say diabetes or whatever, because it's not specifically specified that this entire focus will be only on any specific ailment, whether it's a chronic ailment or it's a, immediate type thing, which is like infectious disease also. So I believe both have to go parallelly in the same direction, because the end result, which has to be the way, like we need to be self-dependent, we need to be self-sufficient for getting the raw materials, for getting the more R&D in our own country, so that our dependencies on various factors like other countries and all is minimized. So I think in the long run, it will be a benefit for the short-term infectious diseases like COVID as well, or any other disease that may, we never know what may come tomorrow, or it is lifestyle disease or chronic ailments like diabetes also. So it's because I think it's going to be a balanced approach.
Got it. Dr. Shah, the healthcare industry experts since yesterday have been showing, have expressed their mixed reaction to the budget. While the budget 2022 has had some welcome steps towards mental health and digitization, however, it seems that it has missed out or neglected the core healthcare services or the essential healthcare services. What else, according to you, should have been focused on?
So, Harbinder, for sure, this has been a discussion points among all our colleagues as well, that all the management people and even the doctors as well. Because if you see at the ground level, while we have decided to invest into various other sectors like telehealth or mental health, which was a requirement, the basic healthcare structure has not been, upped in that particular manner when it comes to a percentage of the GDP. So if you see the enhancement that entire healthcare was looking up to was about 2.5 to maybe 3% of GDP, which hasn't been the case. So again, we come to the same level. If you see as a provider of the healthcare, as a hospital or healthcare structure, we don't see a real help coming to us to help the patient's care, because that is something which we had been looking forward to. We had tremendous shortfall of the equipments. We had tremendous shortfalls of various necessities for taking care of pandemic scenarios like what we have just faced. So that I don't see getting covered up appropriately, because the expenditure has not been enhanced. So that is what I would say. And one of the major sectors is like insurance or a TPA, because third party assurance or insurance is something which I would say still is not so prevalent in our country. In fact, the last year during the pandemic time, it has upped like anything, because people did realize this is something which is important. But you go little out of the main metros, like you go from, for example, if I go from Delhi to, let's say, to a Bareilly or Mathura, there the TPAs or the insurances, they barely existent. Nowadays, it has enhanced a bit because of this pandemic, when people did realize that this is an important aspect. But government should have done something about this as well, maybe for A town or B town or C town. So there could have been some better ways to deal with this, where when the hospice would have benefited from this, because hospitals which require the patients to be treated, they would have all these patients also coming to them, because currently now, so many patients who are just paying from their own nose, they may not come to the hospital. They may have some ailment lying at home only, because they don't have a TPA, they don't have an insurance, they don't have even appropriate awareness. So that awareness with some discounted insurance policies, at the same time, some support to the hospitals also being given on finalizing the rates of these insurances and TPAs. This could have been a big aspect which could have helped the entire country's healthcare system, which I believe has been missed.
You're absolutely right, and we'll take this issue a few minutes later. But in the meantime, Nikhil, are there things that you feel that the budget has missed when it comes to pharma sector or the healthcare sector as in totality?
Yeah, I think I was expecting some kind of an announcement on bulk drug perks, as Dr. Shah also rightly pointed out. We desperately need some kind of a task force, to kind of keep a check on these unprecedented price rises in bulk drugs, which is going to impact all of us at some point or the other. There was no specific announcement made in the budget in regards to this. And we need to get this issue sorted out. Yes, we are definitely now more dependent, more kind of independent of kind of from China and, similar countries for bulk drugs, but there's a long way to go, and we'll need a lot more support from the government for this. I was also expecting, a higher budget allocation for the pharma industry, because of, especially when it comes to these kind of aspects of increased production costs because of bulk drug increases. The PLI incentives are good, no doubt, but I think we need more support. From a healthcare perspective, I think the government should emphasize or should have emphasized more on rural healthcare. Even now in India, we have a pin code lottery when it comes to healthcare, where a lot of people in villages have to travel to metros or first tier cities for treatment. I think we should, enhance the healthcare facilities in villages. I think that's what will really make a big difference in terms of improving the health of our country. That wasn't mentioned in any detail. We need more details on these kind of plans, and we need these kind of strategies to be announced in the future.
You're absolutely right, Nikhil. While telehealth and telemedicine can give help in terms of prescription to the patients in the rural area, the fact is that even the access to the medicines is not there. So that's a very big challenge that we are facing in the rural parts of our country. Dr. Shah, the national digital health ecosystem that we've been talking of, the government says it's going to be rolled out this year. Now, which will consist of digital registry of health providers, health facilities, unique health identity, and also is talking about creating a consent framework and universal access to healthcare. What's your take on this? How will it build efficiencies in our healthcare system?
So, Harvinder, honestly, I have my own reservations on this because there are many things in a digital format which are not still feasible. And of course, since it has come from the government of India, they may create some legalities as well. Like as of today, also, all the big hospitals have got a computerized system, which is like, which we call as electronic medical record system and all. Yet the consents and a few things legally, they require the manual signature or a thumb impression because this can be misused as well. So I'm not very sure how this entire cycle is going to be, all these dots are going to be joined because this is a major one. This has a potential to get misused as well if it is not taken care of appropriately. Because I doubt how each individual will have a separate ID. And when we are talking about digital health, we are primarily trying to speak about the areas which are far off from the main cities. So there, training people or getting them, accustomed to use the digitalization and using even a thing like consent on digital, I have my own reservations about this. So I'm not very sure what is the plan about how to implement this because saying is one thing, implementation is a separate thing. So implementation of this particular part will have to be seen how it is going to happen. Yet if this happens, this will be a very, very phenomenal thing. And this will definitely connect, at least as you just rightly said, for the prescription sake or for the day-to-day discussions on health issues and gaining some knowledge about the healthcare facilities and all. This will definitely join all the rural areas to the main cities. However, as we discussed about in the previous question that you had asked about the insurance and all, or what is my take about this? Now, if you see why most of the big hospitals do not go to the rural areas, it's not about anything else. It's a simple thing because the patients don't come. Majority of the patients in the rural areas, they pay cash because they don't understand what is insurance, what is TPA. And just paying by cash, they definitely feel the pinch. So if this is created like a scheme where a specific level can be covered by digitalization, but beyond this, hospitals will be given a specific, I would say, some schemes or some programs where they will be encouraged to get their units or various facilities opened in some rural areas as well. I think this can be a good cycle to connect because end of the day, we need to reach out to the rural areas, which is about 70% of the population, which is still not matching as per the standards of the metros.
Yep. Nikhil, I want to ask you something. We've been talking of tech playing a very important role. We already see technology playing a huge role in the sector. We've seen pharma tech, insurance tech, health tech. Everybody's talking of putting that tech word. So is the supply chain in the pharma business, undergoing a change? And how do you see it impacting the manufacturing sector in India?
Yeah, I think, on a broader perspective, if you're talking about digital India, you have to talk about digital health. Now, in terms of the industry that I represent, yes, there has been, a technological revolution when it comes to supply chains as well, which has helped, but it's still, I think it has a long way to go in terms of we're probably having, at this point of time, there are teething problems when it comes to anything tech in healthcare because it's still relatively new in India. We have a long way to develop this. Digitalizing the supply chain will definitely have an impact in terms of the efficiency of the pharma industry. I think this is what we need. But as Dr. Shah rightly pointed out, anything tech, is not easy to implement in India. It takes a lot of planning, and it's going to, it's not going to be that straightforward to implement. But I think that this is the only way forward. I want to get done with even those physical signatures and all of those things. I mean, even like, all this paperwork, this jargon, this red tape, all of that needs to kind of stop, and we need to go fully digital, even at rural levels. I mean, sometimes we underestimate the ability of our rural populations to use the internet and all of these things. Let me tell you, they are well equipped. They know how to do it as good as us, but somewhere, they haven't been given the importance. And therefore, this kind of a system this kind of a system, I feel, will make healthcare more accessible to all, and it will be sustainable, I think, in the long term as well. I mean, if you could make the Aadhaar card kind of acceptable, or at one point when that was proposed, people thought it's impossible to, implement that in India. And despite all its problems and all these things, we still managed to do it. So I think if you want to digitalize health, that's also possible. Yes, there will be teething problems for a few years, but I think that is the way forward. And if you really want good quality healthcare in India, I think we need to find a proper system to digitalize health in the best possible way without confusing anyone.
You're right. I hope that the new policies around digitization will help the universal, because, every hospital has their own information systems that they're using. They have their own health record system, but unfortunately, these systems are not talking to each other, which has become a big challenge. Hopefully, this should be sorted in the next couple of years by bringing some standardization. Dr. Shah, I want to ask you that the government has said that it will spend 64,180 crores in the next 6 years. And in fact, they've mentioned that 15,163 crores will be spent in the next 1 year, 22-23, in improving healthcare services. Now, keeping in mind the COVID situation in the country that we saw and the vaccination that is going on, do you think this is a sufficient amount of expenditure that the government is planning?
So I think instead of understanding whether this is sufficient or not, we need to understand how are they going to utilize this. One of the biggest sectors in healthcare lies is and we saw this in the pandemic times as well, the manning, the manpower, the medical manpower. Like the doctors were falling short, the nursing people were falling short. So these are two important aspects, how the government is going to think about how many of the medical colleges are going to be, more going to be created, how many more good standard nursing colleges are going to be created, because out of this entire expenditure that we are talking about, a good chunk has to be taken care of from that point of view as well, because that is a very, very important sector. Because if we do not have the manning, the people who are going to work on these aspects to give healthcare to specific people who require this as a patient, what will happen then? Nothing will happen. Because if you look at, let's take an example of AIIMS. AIIMS in Delhi, we know what it is, what standards it keeps. But it has opened, the government has opened so many AIIMS in so many other parts of the country. But look at those AIIMS. You visit to our main AIIMS in Delhi, and then you go to any other AIIMS anywhere in our country, you will see a drastic difference. So that difference has to be evened. That has to be basically balanced, because that's what I was telling, in the initial part of the discussion, that we may be talking about creating a digitalization or XYZ sectors or whatever, but end of the day, the real requirements in terms of people coming to those hospitals which are opening in rural areas, and the some benefit for the private sector to go to the rural areas, it has to be thought about. So this entire expenditure, what we are talking about, it may be sufficient, but at the same time, how it is going to be utilized, that is more important to be seen.
This actually brings me to the next point, where when we're talking, we know that the biggest challenge that we've been facing, and we have had decades of conversations which are going on around the gap in demand and supply of doctors, and the ratio of doctors versus hospital beds, doctors versus patients. And the debate has always been towards the reforms that we need in our medical education system. What are the kind of reforms do you think the government should consider, keeping in mind the balance between the quantity of doctors, I'm using it in a very loose term, quantity of doctors versus the quality of good doctors we produce. And not just doctors, I mean, like you said, nurses, the support staff that we need, the technicians. What is your take on this? And what are the reforms that you feel could be very, very useful in this country?
I think one of the main reforms which has government has already established, that is the NEET exam, which is like an equal platform for all the medical colleges across the country, which is a very welcome step. Otherwise, what it used to be like, somebody in one specific state, they used to have a very good, good, transparent, I would say, the test level for pre-medical test or whatever you call. At the same level in some other state, it may not be may not be so difficult. So there used to be a lot of differences in the standards. So the entry point itself used to be a challenge, in fact. So with NEET creation, I think a large part has been taken care of, because now everybody has to be a specific level. Then only they can go to the next level to become a doctor. So this is a very big thing which has been taken care of. At the same time, a lot of people from the government, from the medical colleges, they have a tendency to go towards the private sector. This balance has to be created, and this has to be created at the level of entry into the professional world as a doctor. So I would say that in terms of, let's say, the payments you say, or salaries that you say, in a private sector, maybe initial may not be so much, but over a period of time, you definitely earn much better compared to the government. Whereas government may not be paying you so much, but they give you facilities. So again, I would say there should be a standard between private sector and the government sector about this as well, so that there is even distribution between the talent that is being created. The talent is still okay, I would say. It may not be very short, but it is not evenly distributed. There are hospitals which are lying absolutely vacant. There are hospitals which has got doctors and all flooded. So this balance should be created. There should be a benchmarking about each vertical, each level, where maybe, let's say, at one specific level of specialty or second specific level of specialty, this is the upper limit that anybody can be paid. So these reforms can be much helpful for the long run, in fact.
So, Nikhil, are there professional management, manpower challenges that you face in the pharmaceutical industry as well? And especially now that the focus is going to be on R&D, it has always been, but this time it has been very point blank put that the R&D in the manufacturing sector needs to go up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that this pandemic has taught us is that we need to take R&D seriously. This is not about saying that we need to spend more on it, but as Dr. Shah also mentioned previously also, it's how we spend this money and what we spend it on. All this time up to the, before the pandemic, R&D was considered as something which you just have to do, a percentage of your turnover or something like that. It was kind of fixed and wasn't really given the kind of importance that it should be. I think the pandemic has taught us that not only do we need to engage actively in R&D, we need to engage in, in new molecular research, and right from molecule levels. Why do we rely on new molecules from the US and from the regulated markets? Surely we have the ability to, to research these molecules right from laboratory experimental levels right here in India and bring it up to a finished product. So that can be done. And I think that the emphasis now will move towards this. I can see that, yes, there are challenges. There are challenges with regards to finding the right professionals who want to engage in a career that is, that will be focused in the R&D. But hopefully, I think that moving forward, people will show more interest in this profession, in trying to work in the R&D sector. So yes, there's a lot of scope for it. I think this is the time when the entire scene is changing, and definitely I think we'll be on the right track when it comes to R&D.
Dr. Shah, the health, you spoke about insurance, and you seem to be very passionate about this particular reform that needed. Now, healthcare insurance penetration levels in India are extremely low. You acknowledge that. And creating and this is kind of creating a challenge for timely medical help being available to people, as well as the risk of leading people towards poverty. We've seen that, when people go to the hospital and when they have to pay out of pocket, and the expenses are really high. They're torn between the emotions versus the rational. On top of it, the 18% GST seems like a financial burden which disincentivizes people to purchase health insurance, or at least have an adequate health insurance. What do you think the government should have done to increase the healthcare penetration in India? Should the GST be abolished, or should it be reduced, or what is it that needs to be done other than the GST as well? Your thoughts?
So I think there should be some type of incentivization for taking insurance for the people who do not take insurance. And I'm more concerned about the far off places. It's not about the main cities or the metros. There people have awareness, they have been taking it up, but where the insurance sector or the TPS, they have not been able to penetrate. That is where the government's help should come forward, which is about the rural areas. So as I was telling you, that we may be able to create any type of schemes, whether it is digitalization or whatever, but unless somebody is not available in those areas where it is required in terms of emergency, as a hospital, it will not function. It will not work really well for the right care of the people there. And that can only happen when the hospitals get interested, when they know that there are people who will be coming to them. If the people will only be paying by cash, they will negotiate every single penny with you, that can you do this treatment at this particular level only? Can you discount 5 rupees to this? And I'm telling you, this reality, this happens. You go to the smaller cities, this is exactly how the healthcare services basically function. So there should have been some incentivization for these small cities, that maybe you pick up the insurance, you get this reduction on GST. This should include both to the hospitals and to the consumer as well. So this way, the consumer will also be benefited. The healthcare vertical will also be benefited. This can be a very good way. And I think you said this very correctly. GST is one area which government can consider in discounting off to encourage people to go to the insurance sector. This can be very good penetrating strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Nikhil, the same thing happens when it comes to life-saving drugs. What is it that you think that the government could have done to make these life-saving drugs cheaper, accessible, available to the people of this country?
Yeah, in many ways, I also have always pushed for GST benefits in the pharma industry when it comes to medicines, when it comes to importing medicines as well. There needs to be there in place for sure. I think it doesn't make sense that GST, the bracket is still relatively high if you consider the population of India and the kind of healthcare needs that we have and the pharmaceutical need that is there. So GST benefits by far, I think, should be passed on by the government of India at some point. Coming to the digital strategy and the digital health ecosystem, one of the things we learned in the pandemic actually was that they had to mobilize a lot of doctors from one place to another to treat COVID. There were so many villages and rural parts of India which didn't have the doctors. So I think some kind of a digital register or something should be able to be in place so that we can supply doctors. The doctors will be available where it is required. Because otherwise most of the doctors would aggregate towards metros. There will be no incentive for them to work in rural India where there is a great healthcare need. So I think this can be implemented also through, and I think this digital health ecosystem will help also to bridge the gap in healthcare between, let me say, the rich and the poor in some way, but actually it's between metros and the rural India. And also passing on GST benefits will, I think, will greatly help.
Dr. Shah, this brings me, since he's brought up the gap between the urban part of India versus the tier 2, tier 3 cities. There has been an imbalance in the healthcare infrastructure itself between the metropolitan cities and tier 2 and tier 3. What do you think can be done by the healthcare industry to bridge this gap and make infrastructure available in the tier 2, tier 3?
I think more than the healthcare industry, it is the government which has to come with some very good schemes. I mean, I'm sure all of you understand what is the blue ocean and what is the red ocean. So if you look at the entire, let's say in NCR, a Gurgaon region, it is a red ocean right now. It is filled with all type of big hospitals. Imagine the same 5-6 big hospitals. If they were spread over, let's say from between Delhi to Jaipur, the entire highway, the care would have been much better for the people who are at other part of the cities or other in between the rural areas. So this scheme has to come from the government. In fact, healthcare sector definitely would be definitely able to go to any area for that matter. But there has to be appropriate, I would say, the incentivization for the healthcare as well. As I was suggesting that there has to be some encouragement for the rural areas people to buy insurance so that those people who do not go to the hospitals because of the cash being paid by them, they feel encouraged to visit a hospital. This will also create a cycle for the hospitals to be encouraged to be positioned in a rural area. And they should be, for example, if you are talking about GST incentive, if this comes to the hospitals, why would a hospital not do this? They would like to go there. And third thing is, if there can also be some ruling or some, I would say, some specific structuring of in this, if this is the type of a hospital, let's say tertiary care hospital or say quaternary care hospital, this cannot be in a vicinity of each other being just about 15 kilometers or 10 or 30 kilometers size, because this will force the hospital to go to X area and Y area instead of all getting together at just one place. When they get together at one place, it is not really a benefit for the patients, not for the consumers, because they have to travel to the same area. Only for those people is the benefit who can travel to that area, because then they have a choice to choose between the 2-3. But the people who are not able to travel there at all, they don't get any benefit in fact.
Dr. Shah, another thing, what we saw in the last 2 years, one sector within healthcare that has really boomed is the diagnostics business. But there's a challenge that it has always been, more of a reactive mode. That when you are unwell, when you have a problem, that is when you're forced to go in for these checkups. And preventive health checks have always been neglected in our country, whether it is because of lack of initiative by the government or culturally, it has not been a part of our system. What do you think the government should have done or could do to, because this also creates a huge burden on our healthcare system. We saw that, So what do you think the government should do or could have done to give that boost to the preventive healthcare, whether it was, making it a part of insurance or some incentives that you think can be given?
So one of those can be some incentive, Harvinder, but one thought which is coming to my mind as I'm talking to you right now is we created and we mandated Aadhaar card, which has become a norm now. Nobody is available in this entire country of ours without an Aadhaar card because it's a mandate now. What about creating similar preventive health check card for each person, let's say beyond the age of 30, because that is the time when illnesses start coming in. So beyond the age of 30, if there is a card created for each person of our country and some specific norm, I mean, of course, at a very bare minimum pricing, which is like a mandate type thing, or maybe if it is free of cost at government centers or whatever. But government must think about this. This card is something which should be updated, just like the way driving license happens. So driving license after the age of 50 or 60, it keeps updating after a certain time only. And you need to produce some XYZ, medical checkups as well. So somewhat similar, if this can be mandated as a preventive health check card for every individual of the country, I think we can definitely storm the entire world with this type of a concept, which I think is not prevalent anywhere. So I think this can be some kind of out of the box thinking, which the government can think about. This will definitely require a lot of dots to be joined. But I think if this is mandated like this with or without an incentive, but if it is mandated, it is mandated. Everybody will be definitely falling in line. And this will immediately enhance our overall country's healthcare status.
Nikhil, what Dr. Shah said is a very beautiful idea, but what about the cost? What do you think could have, because you come from a background where you have a very strong business acumen, do you think a PPP model of sorts could work in this particular sector?
I mean, with regards to what Dr. Shah said, I mean, in terms of mandating some kind of, diagnostics or health checkups, I think at the end of the day, I think we're all kind of, in a way, responsible for our own health. And one thing that the pandemic would teach us is that we need to be aware of health issues. So I think mandating these kind of things can be done at some point or the other, but more importantly, I think the awareness campaigns need to be massive. We need to raise the awareness of all these issues on a national level, right from PM level, where we talk about health, because health is now talked about the most. And people in this country want information, and we are in an information age, rather we are in a misinformation age, where people see all kinds of things on WhatsApp and all these things. So these need clarification, from at top level, from the central government. So I think what India needs is massive campaigns first for at least a couple of years, and then kind of assess whether mandating something like this would make sense or not. So I'm more for this passing on information, creating campaigns, getting celebrities involved, so that we can actually make a we can talk big about health, which we're not doing. We're only talking about it now because of the pandemic. Before that, no one really cared, and also if somebody does health checks, they need to understand that, because it's not just about doing health checks. It's about food. It's about healthy eating. It's about exercise. You can, how can you mandate a lot of those kind of things, which is one of the biggest factors to prevent disease in the first place. So I think we need to take a holistic approach to it and review that, or say every 1 or 2 years, and see if that's working.
Dr. Shah, my last question to you before we close down is that the government seems to focus on creating a scenario where Made in India will be a reality, and they also feel that healthcare equipment manufacturing, the medical equipment manufacturing must also take off. Now, you are being on the hospital side, using a lot of equipment, you buy a lot of equipment. What do you think India is well poised to take on this in terms of its capability, pricing, quality? What is your take on this?
So Arvinder, this has been one of the biggest pain areas which I have always spoken at various forums, whether it's FICCI or whatever. The equipment's cost is only one aspect or one factor of taking a big equipment. What kills any healthcare organization is the CMC, is the maintenance, because the companies literally, they have a complete command on the CMCs. It's like a mandate that if you have bought equipment from one XYZ company only, you need to get the CMC, AMC also from the same company. If anybody else touches it, they will not even, help you with this in future. So along with manufacturing, which is definitely very, very welcome sign, some rebate, some discounting must happen on the maintenance of the equipments, because that is a big factor which really, really kills any healthcare sector. We get really, really pulled down by the CMCs, by the AMCs, and by the consumables which are being supplied with the equipments. So it is not just the equipment cost. It is not just that. It is these things which really, really drill us down. So if the government is thinking about manufacturing own equipments, definitely some cost will come down. But these are other aspects which must again be touched upon. If this is left untouched, this is definitely not going to really help us.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. With this, we'll like to wrap, because I've got series of questions. We can go on and on, but because of paucity of time, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much, Nikhil, for joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah, for taking our time and being here. Over to you, Abhinav.
Well, thank you, Albinderji. We all know how passionate you are about healthcare, and you do get carried away. It's absolutely okay. Thank you, Dr. Kausal. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel is on the future of the nation. The government this time gave importance to kids who missed out on the education in the last 2 years. Employability is one of the biggest areas of concern, and with local focus of the government, the Atmanirbharta, there's also a focus on making our workforce Atmanirbhar. To talk on that, we have just the right panel for you. We have got Dr. Partha Chatterjee, who is the head of economics from Shiv Nanda University. And we have got Mr. R.P. Yadav, who is the chairman and managing director of Genius Consultants Limited. To moderate this panel, I have got my colleague Vasudha Mukherjee. Vasudha, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Abhinav. And thank you so much for our panelists for joining us today. We have just had the budget announcements, which has been so incredible to listen to. And of course, it has given us a lot to talk about, which hopefully we will be able to cover in today's panel. Now, with a direct tax collection of nearly 9.5 lakh crore rupees and a GST collection of 10.7 lakh, the fiscal deficit this year situation has definitely been a lot better than we expected. And we can see that in the budget announcement with the government leading into investments. You know, the launch of the Desh Stack e-portal, which is hopefully going to work to creating more scaling and encouraging scaling, as the government stated, expanding this 1 class, 1 TV channels from 12 to 200 to reach more households and create more personalized education in regional languages for children is also incredibly important. States being encouraged to revise the syllabi for agriculture universities to fit with the more modern day concerns that we have. And, much more things are happening. So, that being said, I would like to ask our panelists and start with we just had these announcements. What are your initial views on it? These will be more like opening comments. And I would like to start with Dr. Chatterjee. We have just heard from our finance minister. Can you tell us, what were your initial reactions to the budget? What was something that you expected to happen? And what was something that you were maybe not expecting to happen?
Well, thank you, Vasudha. Look, I mean, the key aspect of this budget and the main focus of this budget is capital expenditure, right? There's no doubt about it. And if you look at the budget expenditures, it's increased by 35% compared to the budget expenditure. But even if you look at the revised expenditures, it's increased by 25%, right? So clearly, the finance ministry is trying to give a boost to the immediate growth in terms of expenditure, government expenditure, and associated investment with it. Now, will that increase employment, right? That's the other side of it, right? That whether we will see a surge of employment, because unemployment rate has been high, it's kind of been sticky. It's not that we have been generating a lot of jobs. So clearly, if there is a lot of constructions going on, a lot of other infrastructure investment going on, there'll be one type of employment for sure, right? Now, where I would have actually looked for a little more support is how do we get people to skill quicker and to get to those jobs that are much more skilled, because right now if you're talking about construction working, we are basically focusing on the very unskilled worker. Now even if you look at manufacturing these days, it's become far more tech oriented. And in fact, even if you look at India's exports in manufacturing goods that has happened over the last few quarters, its focus has been on high-tech manufacturing, right? And manufacturing services. And we need skilled people there. So that is one thing that I would have, imagined a little more push on that. In terms of school education, of course, they have recognized that we need intervention, right? We need supplementary education. And that is a very good start, because at least there's some talk around it. But I'm not very sure if just putting a TV in the classroom will do that. There's a lot to be done, and we can talk about it more. So, because again, if we look at the demographic structure, we are undergoing a change. In about 30 years, we will lose the advantage that we have. So we really need to push education, and particularly school education at this point of time, so that we do not squander this demographic advantage that we have. Yeah, so I'd stop for now, and we'll come back and talk about these things later.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. And you are right, this is the beginning of the conversation. We have just been told the initiatives, and of course, the devil's in the details, how it's going to play out, what steps are actually going to be taken. We need to discuss that. And this is why we're here, to talk about some of these things and hopefully, see if we can kind of find other places, other points of discussion that needs to be raised before the fine print is presented to us. Mr. Yadav, what about your initial reaction to the budget? Is there anything that you didn't see coming that surprised you perhaps?
As Dr. Chatterjee said, but I would like to put it like this way.
This budget is a growth budget for employment, for environment, and with digitization, obviously, the focus is on capital expenditure, which is almost about 7.5 lakhs crores. And if this expenditure is made rightly, which I feel it should be done, because all the planning is very sustainable, which I can see, and which is realistic term we are talking about, either in telecom or in railways or in infrastructure, road, bridges, ports, wherever they are talking about, and the allocation of the money which has been done, very appropriately have been done. So possibility is there, they talk about, the government talks for 60 million jobs, 6 million jobs in coming 5 years, every year, almost 1.1 million labor force joins Indian employment market, and that needs to be taken care. If it is not taken care of, obviously the unemployment in India increases. But the context is that today almost about 50 crore people are in the labor market. Out of that, only 50 crore, only 5 crore people are in the formal job, Balance 45 crore, which is around 450 million people, are in the informal job. So the problem is the informal job. And if there is any problem, like when the pandemic took place, the problem is always that these people, they suffer, it's not that the formal people, because formal job people, obviously they will get the salary. Even if there is a 1 or 2 month closure, office is closed, they might lose the job, but again they will get back to the job, But the informal people who gets the job, salary by either working daily basis or working fortnightly basis or working a seasonal basis. So this is where the problem is. So what I was expecting from the government was something on the labor code, which has 4 coded they were supposed to implement. This budget was completely silent on that. The wage code, which has been passed at the parliament, the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, it was tabled with the president. Other 3 codes, IR code, the social code, OHS code, was supposed to be passed, but nothing happened on that. And if it does not happen, I think that is the cholesterol for the generation of employment in India. So I would like to keep up with this with the initial remarks, and as we progress, we'll talk more and more about this.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for making those points, because you are correct. This is a rolling number in unemployment. Like saying we'll have 60 million jobs in the next 5 years does not take account the amount of unemployment we will have in the, say, next 2-3 years even, because there are always people who are adding to the workforce, who are always looking for jobs, and that number will be increasing as time goes by. And the second point that I also like that you made was basically that, creating jobs is not the same as securing the jobs. Because when you have a situation like the pandemic, these are the first people to lose their jobs and to lose their wages. And perhaps we need to talk about, creating some sort of system that allows them to still maintain a lifestyle when they are out of work. Or I'm not sure, I'm not the expert on this, but that's what we're here to discuss. But I would like to talk a little bit about this platform, the initiative of Desh Stack e-portal, which is there to empower, youth and anyone really to skill, reskill, and upskill. Now, we also have a lot of edtechs that kind of work in the same way. So how do we need to work with this portal to make it stand out? Like, what needs to be different about this portal when we're working as a government initiative as opposed to a private venture? Can I start with Dr. Chatterjee on this?
Yeah, sure. See, look, again, as you mentioned, right, we'll have to wait for details, because right now we are a little short on details on many accounts. Even for this, right, we don't know how exactly what will be done and how it will be implemented. But as you mentioned, look, there are a lot of edtechs there, but still the reach of this edtech has been limited. It's mostly urban, mostly, to somewhat educated group already. Now, if this portal has to make an impact, it has to be far more widely available, far more, widely accessible to different categories of people, right? And that's where the challenge lies, I feel. Right, that we are not only talking about a few urbanized growth centers and things like that, but will this reach out to people across the length and the breadth of the country, right? So that's the first challenge, right? And how do you do that? And here we need to really think hard about, okay, what kind of skills are we talking about, right? And not only for today, but looking forward next 10 years, a decade, or a couple of decades, right? That what kind of skills do we need and how to kind of get that? So what I'm saying is that there are two ends of it, right? One is immediate skilling, because there are, as Mr. Yadav has mentioned, right? I mean, there are so many people in the unorganized sector, and their jobs are temporary, which they always run the risk of losing their job. But with a little bit of skilling, I think we can improve their employability by a lot. So that's the reach that we want, that can we get to, now there will be eShram connected and so on and so forth. So can we help all of these people? And at the same time, we also need to think about a little ahead and say, okay, what kind of skills do we need? If we are going to invest in building a fab, a chip making factory in India, what kind of skills do they require, right? I mean, do we have those skills now? Can we generate those skills in the short time by the time the fab is ready, right? So I think both of these things have to be simultaneously done in that kind of a portal.
Absolutely. We also need to kind of know what content is being provided through the portal. And you're right, we still need to wait for the information on this. But nonetheless, all these concerns need to be met. Like, how is this going to be different? Also, there's a regional language part of it, which I would love to get back to also, because I believe that's also an interesting conversation to have. But I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Yadav, but I would also like to add, these are portals that are being created. And again, we need to still see how the implementation is done. But how can we get more people to actually join in these portals? Because not everyone is going to feel like, this is the right portal for them. I mean, like Dr. Chatterjee pointed out, a lot of ed techs are generally in more urban areas. People are more likely to, they know about it more. They're more likely to engage with it. Whereas, when you're doing something so wide, how can we get more people to join in and participate in on these platforms?
Yeah, Vasudha, I think Dr. Chatterjee has, to some extent, he has clarified, but I would like to say in a different perspective, See, whenever a reform comes, it comes with some revolutions and it comes with some innovations, and some of the reforms or revolutions which I have seen in my life, let's talk about the first reform or first revolution was the radio. When the radio Vishwabharati was there, they had just 1,200 employees at that point of time on all India basis. When the radio was reformed and it was made FM and AM, today the same radio FM, you take any car in the city or even outside, probably everybody will be listening while driving the car, and the same radio today employs almost about 3.5 lakh people. So is the case with the bank, insurance, and many reforms we saw. The bank when it had just an employment strength of just about 31,000 or 32,000 people were employed in the bank when it was just with the government. The moment it was reformed, today the bank industry itself employs about 3.5 lakh people. So that is what the innovations and reforms takes place. EdTech, in my opinion, is also innovations and reform, on the education, and as it will expand, in my opinion. And the government also has given the focus, on a digital university, and government is talking about all the skills, which skills we saw just now, and the last 5-6 years when actually skill development came in India. So many skill university, so many skill centers, so many type of skills open. And there was a physical requirement, and I know many people who are in the skill business, they could not make the money and they are on the verge of closure of the shop. The moment this, innovation has come, now the digitization, and the like Byju's or Akash, which has come into now this forum, the EdTech, let me tell you, this will really, it's a path-breaking innovation. And in my opinion, the way education was transformed when it was privatized, it will also expand further and further. And the government is talking about even the digitizing of the lands and the farmers, making, even the classroom for the farmers for the digitization. So the digitization, if it is going to reach to the farmer and in the villages, I'm sure the people, the children of the village also can learn through the digitization. So this will bring big opportunity in terms of employment, in terms of expansion, in terms of reaching education to the doorstep of the people, to the when the children will play, and mother and father, when they are saying that is the time they will learn also. So it's a path breaking in my opinion.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for bringing in the digitization part, because that was going to be another point I wanted to discuss with you. And maybe this time we can start with Mr. Yadav on this. But, with the digitization, there's always the fear of creating and, broadening the digital divide. Now, device shortages is a very real conversation we are having. And like Dr. Chatterjee did mention, that's a different, but still similar, like, is a TV in a classroom going to solve this? But how do we kind of, because even now, a very real situation, I mean, all of us are right now working online remotely, but we face, issues with digitization, with devices, with connectivity, network all the time. And if that is an issue in urban areas, naturally, that's a bigger issue when you go into rural areas. So what can we maybe expect or ask the government to do in regard to kind of trying to bridge this digital divide to ensure that their initiatives are successful?
Yeah, see, 5 years back, when we are talking about the telecom, right from handsets to the software to the tower, these are all we were importing. But see the 5 years down the line, today the handsets, the tower, the entire software in the telecom industry is made in India itself. So, and even if you look at the 2 years back, 2 years back, I'm running a company which is almost about 1,300 crore company, and we employ about 500 employees and 50,000, more than 52,000 outsourced employees. So when the pandemic came and we had to work from home, the biggest trouble was that, how do we run the business from home? So overnight, the terminals, the software, the database, and all kind of things were developed, and we started working. And today, the situation is that the hybrid model has come, and we are working from the home and the office also, and this is going to continue. So in my opinion, the digitization, when it is coming, all the software and the hardware, India is looking at producing itself. Yes, obviously today it may be that we may import about 60% and 40% we'll have in India. But going forward, the kind of focus the government which is giving on Make in India and the PLI scheme, the government which is announced in the various sectors, startup, which they have done. Even the defense sectors, the research and development, they have opened for a startup and also for the academia, So think about the government, no government in the past have anyway opened the defense to the private sector, It's the first time a government is opening a manufacturing in the by the private sector in the defense, and defense sector R&D 25% will be utilized for the private sector in the startups and also for the academia, So if this kind of things are available, Vasudha, in my opinion, in next 5 years, whatever you require in terms of digitization and the technology, the software, the hardware, probably, like China, I'm hopeful that India will produce itself, and things will be available in India itself.
I like the positivity here. I mean, absolutely, Make in India initiative. We have seen a lot of positive things come out of it, and hopefully, collaboration with the private sector and more Make in India initiatives like this. And although the entrepreneurship we're seeing in India over the last few years has been absolutely incredible, and hopefully we will see a little bit more of that, a lot more of that. Sorry, Dr. Chatterjee, I would like to ask you the same question, but like a little bit more, because as an educator, and you've been through this pandemic, and you probably had a lot of students face this issue of connectivity. And earlier you said, a TV is not necessarily going to be the end all, or like it won't solve the education issues in education. What do you think needs to be done more on a ground level, on an implementation level, to ensure that we are a little bit more successful in educating especially in the rural areas?
Let me start with the first part of the question, which is about digitization and the divide that can it generate, right? I mean, there is no doubt that the digital economy provides an enormous opportunity for India overall, right? But it's also a threat, as you pointed out, that it can leave people behind, right? So I think that is something that we have to really address right away. That how do we leapfrog and get going as a leader in the digital economy, which we have the potential to, right? Given our even if a small segment of skilled people in IT and similar areas, we certainly can do that, right? But how do we ensure that this will not be a hindrance or in some sense, create even more barriers to a large set of population, right? So that goes back to what you probably pointed out is one is regional language. That is critical, right? We really need to build all kinds of applications, et cetera, in regional languages. And I'm very happy to know from Mr. Yadav's thing that we are actually doing so much better in terms of manufacturing. So maybe the cost will come down, 5G is going to come up. So we'll need to spread both in terms of, actual hardware, but also content, also ways of interacting with the devices, all of it to a level where a general population can do that. And that's possible only in regional languages. So that will be very, very important, right? But, going forward, I do see that we will have to digitize a lot more, and land records and all that has been mentioned has to be done. But we'll have to ensure that everyone has a proper stake at it. Now, in terms of coming to education in particular, right, and what's going on in the pandemic has been a boost in terms of what can be achieved in this digital space, right? Where some of the things were already there, but still people probably wouldn't have imagined what could have been done and possible. So that way it's a great thing, right? And the fact that we are, in very separate spaces, yet having this conversation would have been much more difficult, even if the technology would be available, right? So even from that perspective, it's great. But from a perspective where we're talking about school education and even higher education, even in a space where I am, right, and university education, there is no substitute of in-person interaction. There's a lot of different other aspects of education, except the content, right? I mean, the content is just one part of it. There is all kinds of peer learning that goes around. There's all kinds of social learning that goes around, particularly in school education, particularly in early child education, right? And then, of course, the fact that mentoring, hand-holding for weaker section or for the brighter ones, because you need to do that, right? And so all of that is very, very difficult only by either online mode and even more passive mode, which is a TV. The fatigue in an online classroom is real, right? And I'm not very sure if you just passively listen to a TV, particularly in a school-going age, that will generate a lot of interest as well as retention and things like that. Yes, that's still better than having nothing, right? I mean, there are many schools where there are no teachers, maybe, or maybe one teacher and so on. So yes, that will definitely add to it. I'm not saying that it's not going to help, but it's hardly enough. We really need to expand, first of all, number of teachers in many, many, many schools where there are none or there are very few. We need to look at how to bring in more innovative content to schools, and again, a lot of regional language teaching and educational material to schools, right? Particularly higher education, we still have some time in some sense for students who are the people who are most probably impacted are the very young ones, because they've lost out. Imagine a student who joined class 1 at the beginning of the pandemic, right? You not expect them to really write something, etc. But they're now in class 3. So you are expecting them to solve maths and this and that, where they don't even know how to write. So how do we make sure that they catch up to that level, right? And that's where we need to really look at. That's where we need to really invest in. That's where we need to really expand very, very quickly. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for pointing that out. And actually, that has been a big discussion we've had, especially over the pandemic. One of the skills that people keep pointing out is, again, that now like fresh graduates are lacking in, and due to no fault of their own, of course, is working in teams, working collaboratively, communicating, and not just like on real experiences, because they've been at a distance. And if that can happen to say youth, then with children, of course, it's a much more important to kind of make sure that that gap doesn't happen. And I know with Mr. Yadav, you are working more with younger professionals. And actually, since we are on this topic, I would like to ask both of you, over the pandemic, because we're talking so much about skill and reskilling, and there's been such a big focus on soft skills. But, in your opinion, what are, say, the top 5 skills that need to be worked on, that people need to maybe develop in the coming years, or even right now? Can we start with Mr. Yadav, since you are working in, consultancy?
Yeah, okay. See, the pandemic has taught us many things over a period of last 2.5 years. And I think the people have lost job. People have reskilled themselves, and people have made change also of many jobs. And one of the biggest tasks for any company at the moment is the recruitment, because what are the people the company have lost during the last 2.5 years, or what are the opportunities and business the company have lost, they all want to recover, They want to improve the balance sheet. They want to improve the experience of the investor. So that is what is happening in the industry. So there is a huge demand in the industry in terms of job, in terms of the people. So my suggestion to the people will be, top 5 skills, if you ask me, One is that whatever job you are, and in that job, if there is a change in the skill, so you need to reskill yourself. So the first requirement is the reskilling in the skill which you are in. For example, if I'm in the sales management, and the sales management is more by the physical call, we go and meet with the client and we explain them, But in the sales scale, it is now more that you can sell also the product now online to the America also, to the Mexico also, and to the China also, which was not possible in the past, In the past was only the physically. Now, if you cannot reskill yourself, how do I sell online to America and to Mexico also and to India? You are abandoned, you will not be taken into that. And this is one example I gave. The first thing is to reskilling itself in the skill domain which you are in. The second is that you need to improve your knowledge on the technology. If the knowledge on the technology is not very good, then so the technology adoption is another skill which the person has to do that. And thirdly is that one has to learn to adjust, the ability to adjust. Today, the company may tell you that, okay, 3 days you work in the office, 5 days you go back to the home, 2 days you can work from anywhere, 3 days you handle this, so that adaptability and adjustment is another thing is required. So there are 3 top skills I feel the people say. Reskilling is there, adjustment one has to do, and one has to be available at any point of time, whatever the company asks you. There are 3 top skills I feel at this moment.
And actually, I would like to add that, while you are talking about these skills, actually these skills go across the board, because, with the pandemic, we saw, people losing their jobs, and there was a sort of a waiting period where you thought that, okay, it's going to pass and we can move on and we'll get those same jobs back. And we can no longer rely on that. So these skills are not just for maybe young adults or students, it's also for anyone working in the blue collar jobs. Like, unfortunately, we have come to a stage where you need to be more active in your reskilling, and it makes the job much more harder, but it's better than having nothing. As even Dr. Chatterjee, you also mentioned in your before that, maybe just having a television isn't the best thing, but it's better than nothing. But on that note, I'd also like to ask you the same question. What, in your opinion, are the most important skills that people need to have now, or maybe need to work on?
Sure. So in that, actually, this is a very important question, not only because of the pandemic, right? Because some other forces are, pushing people to rethink this. One is the technological change, and we talk about AI and machine learning and all of it, right? So that's one. And the second is the life expectancy. That has gone up substantially. So now a span of career is going to be really long. So we need to rethink about how to kind of shape that, right? So one of the key things thinking about all of this is, we have already talked about reskilling, but even broader, the ability to learn. Because if you're not able to learn new things, then it's impossible to sustain yourself in this particular era, right? That where competition can be global, where the job that you are doing becomes obsolete any moment, and you have to find new ways of sustaining yourself. So that's, I think, one of the very, very critical skills that one has to invest in. And it's not an easy thing, because it can't really be taught that much, right? I mean, there are many ways to do that, but it's not a content-oriented thing. So it's far, far more challenging thing for educators like us to think about how to inculcate that kind of a thing, right? Within the students or even adult learners and things like that. And second, I think, associated with that somehow, but in some ways slightly different skill, which is to kind of asking the right question. Because as we're talking about, a lot of automation is going to happen, a lot of new technologies are going to come that can do certain things. They can even probably, do repetitive things for sure, but also learn and do some analysis and things like that. But where a value of a worker, a manager, would be to kind of ask the right question that needs to be solved. And then the solution can be between machine and man. But, the asking what can actually matter to us is something that we as humans will continue to do. And that is something I think would be a critical skill, that, okay, how do we ask the right question? And I've been talking about a very high level thing, but if you bring it down to a very, a level where people are actually working on different projects and things like that, if you really have to ensure that the project is successful, again, you have to ask the right questions to get to the point where you can actually deliver something, right? So I think that's another skill that we really need to think about. And apart from that, we have been talking a lot about that, how our engineering students have not been employable and things like that. And associated with that, people have been talking about communication skills, social skills. So those still remain important, right? I mean, we still have to, and without diluting the depth that a student needs to go to learn a particular subject. So you need that particular depth, because that gives you a kind of a training that can be used to, do many, many things. But you need all of these other things associated with it. Yeah.
Right. And thank you so much. And, because I do work with education, I kind of BW education. Therefore, this is one of the topics that actually I wanted to know myself, because this is such a, talked about topic. And, with the budget coming up, I thought it was, and the emphasis on skilling, of course, I thought that was important to talk about. Now, we've also seen that the budget has increased education, like investment in the education section by more than 11%. And they have so many initiatives going on, and of course that will require more money, more investment. But I would like to ask, as our panelist here, where would you like to see more investment that has probably, like, maybe we'll see later in the fine print, or maybe it hasn't been spoken about in enough detail for you? Because we did have the NEP 2020 that came about, but the implementation, what we're seeing in that is that everyone is sort of like implementing it, or interpreting it in slightly different ways. No two people are doing it the same way, because it is a roadmap, and that's the beauty of it. But that can also be, of course, a negative part of it, that not everyone necessarily knows how to go about it, and therefore we are seeing the implementation maybe not going at the pace that we would like it to. So that being said, with this investment and with this new money coming in, where would you like to see the investment go? Can I start with Mr. Yadav again?
So, Vasudha, are you asking about in the education space itself?
education, skilling, where would you like to see it? Because I know that, we're here to talk about education and employment, and we always talk about, education to create employment, but that's not always the case with education and employment, is it? So please answer the question how you seem fit.
See, in my opinion, as we started, right from beginning, that education, whether it is edtech or we are talking about digital or the various skill development we are talking about, these are more happening in the cities or maybe two-tier cities. Obviously, it has not reached the village, but I'm optimistic that it will reach to the village. But I think government didn't come out that with the clarity, how education is going to reach to the villages, as it is reaching to the people in this in the cities, So in my opinion, the investment the allocation is about 40,000 crore for education, So that the 11% increase which has taken place, I think the larger spend should be in the villages in terms of creating the infrastructure in the school, in the village, because if we are talking about digitization, we are talking about the class even in the villages, then village should have the connection, the network. So in my opinion, the investment should go into down the line in the village in terms of digitization, in the school in the village in terms of digitization, infrastructure creating, and network creating. And then if we do that properly, then that is the right reform and that is the right investment of what we are talking about, the education.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav. And actually, Dr. Chatterjee, I would like to open the question up a little bit more there.
Sure.
While this is about education and employment, again, I would like to reiterate that that's not necessarily always the case. Like education does have more of a job than just creating jobs or making someone employable. There is a higher purpose to education than that. Therefore, in your opinion, where would you like to see the budget go? Where would you like to see more investment? And what parts can we maybe focus on more?
Right. Okay, I'll come to NEP later because you pointed that out and we'll talk about that. But, I kind of made myself clear, I suppose, that, right now, I think it's super urgent to look at school education. I'm a macroeconomist. One of the things that I study is growth, right? And I've looked into high growth countries and how have they achieved high growth. And education plays a very, very critical role. In fact, India has been nowhere close to the amount of spending that other countries have done, be it looking at South Korea or even China, or even Western Europe or US, of course, earlier in the century. We have nowhere close. So if we really have to catapult ourselves from a low middle income to high income, we really need to spend a lot more on education. More than that 11% increase, actually. Having said that, we do understand that a lot of the impetus also has to come from state governments, education being part of the state, right? So the state governments have to really buckle up and do things that need to be done at the school education space, right? So, because otherwise we have a very short window of demographic transition and we'll simply lose it, and it will be very difficult for India to transition to a high income country. Right now, specifically talking about NEP, the National Education Policy, it's a very nicely done document, right? But there are many things that need to be done so that we can actually implement it in a wider scale and ensure that we get the benefits out of it. Two things that I would have imagined in this budget could have been addressed. One is the formation of the Higher Education Council. This is a central thing in the national education policy because there are so many regulatory bodies. It was supposed to be all merged into something called a Higher Education Council. So far, we have not seen any indication as to that being implemented or a timeline as to when that will happen. And the second, and that also relates to the fiscal part of it, is formation of a National Research Foundation, right? Because what we do not have right now is a central body which funds research. There is DST, there is DBT, there are other bodies which do that, but in the lines of NSF in US, we were supposed to create a National Research Foundation where competitive proposals can be put in and people can actually do their own research And this would have been very, very useful to push India to, a higher technologically advanced country and generate more new ideas, more new patents, technologies, all of it, right? But that has not happened so far. And we would hope that this would be implemented sooner than later.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee. We have reached the end of today's discussion with perhaps a minute to spare. And in this last minute, I would just ask both the panelists to quickly just give any closing remarks, any points that any last comments you would like to make before we close the panel and hand it back to our MC. Mr. Yadav, your closing comments.
So I would like to say that, this is a budget for creation of employment. It is for protecting the environment. It is for the digitizing the whole country, the whole nation. And I would say that it is a protection of the future for the next 25 years, So salute to the government, and they have done extremely innovative budget. It's the first time in my lifetime I'm seeing such a well-blended, sustainable budget. This will be my closing remarks for the budget.
Right. We might have lost Vasudha, but okay, I will
I'll take over from here. I
sure.
Sure,
thanks.
I can see her now. Vasudha, you're back. You were lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a second.
Please continue.
That's all. Yeah. So, yeah, as a closing remark, I would say that, look, the government has placed a heavy bet on making capital expenditure and hoping that the government expenditure multiplier works and the GDP goes up. But we'll still have to wait and see how to rejuvenate the private investment, because that is what will eventually generate large-scale employment, right? And that is something that is still work in progress. And I hope budget is not the end of it. There will be many more initiatives and many more ways to kickstart that private investment. Yeah.
Kickstart private investment. One of the important areas I think Mr. Chatterjee and Mr. Yadav, we should be focusing on in the coming few days is, FDI initiatives in the education sector. We'll have a separate discussion over it. The FDI is 100%, but still the not-for-profit funda in school education bars FDI from entering substantially in the education, especially in the school sector. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for joining us. This was really insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next panel, which has always been considered the backbone of our economy, the manufacturing sector, boosting infrastructure, and of course, a part of it is also automobiles. I'm joined by Mr. Kamal Bali, who's the CEO of Volvo India. I'm joined by Mr. Zulwan Marolia, who's the Senior Vice President and Head Manufacturing Council at Godrej and Boyce. And to lead this session, I have my Senior Associate Editor, Mr. Ashish Chana, with Tiranga in his background. Ashish, I give you the crowd.
Thank you, Abhinavji. Welcome. Good afternoon, Kamalji. Good afternoon, Zulwan. Now you all have got complete one full day to go through the noise and drama surrounding the budget, as we would like to call. Industry has hailed it as usual. I've never come across in my 22 years of experience industry captain coming out critically against the budget proposals laid down by the finance minister. I have also gone through some of the comments made by Kamal Baliji. So let's dive into it, since both of you represent this manufacturing sector, automotive, manufacturing. Kamalji, to you first. You have called this budget as progressive, growth oriented. Yet before budget, I have come across a statement you were seeking infrastructure status to the transport sector, some duty restructuring and custom duty, etc. So before we come to the plus side of the budget, can you throw some light on those expectations before budget? How many of them have been met for you from the industry perspective?
Ashish, good afternoon, and thank you for having me on this show. Let me quickly step back in that case and come to the expectations which we had set out before the budget. Obviously, at a macro level, we had 7 or 8 expectations which we had together with CII, had shared with the government. The number one was obviously to manage inflationary trends. Inflation was a big challenge, so therefore playing within the fiscal deficit pathway which was agreed. So that was one. The second was increasing, of course, these were some of them were competing priorities. Increasing capex investments for infrastructure. That was something, one of the biggest requirements, augmenting consumption. Then obviously spends for the social sector, which always are needed in India. And then, of course, strengthening manufacturing and MSMEs and supporting exports in a big way. And also looking at sustainable future for mobility and other things. So these were some of the expectations. And clearly, the one thing which we had pitched for most was spends on infrastructure. And that was the key, because this is something which paves way for medium to long-term growth, instead of setting out goals either to the industry or otherwise, which are year-on-year things which we always expect. But I think the most important was the long-term and sustained growth of the industry. And for that, we had to really work on our logistics sector. And that was because that is one of our major weaknesses. When we come to manufacturing, manufacturing suffers on account of logistics inefficiency. The logistics cost in India is roughly about 14 to 15% of GDP versus 8 or 9% the average elsewhere. So, I mean, that's one of the things we wanted, the fix, a long-term fix. Otherwise, year after year, we will keep talking manufacturing becoming 25% of GDP, but the needle hasn't moved in 20 years. And manufacturing has stayed at about 15% of GDP. And different governments, different industry leaders have tried everything under the sun. So, but I think this has been the challenge. So this was one of our major things, spend on infrastructure. So that has been fully met, let me say, as part of Gati Shakti and the focus on road construction, railway construction, railway roads. Then obviously this multimodal infrastructure, which we have been talking about, ports, cargo point, cargo terminals, and all of those. So I think that is something which has a multiplier effect, not only in creating an infrastructure ready for manufacturing and for people and for mobility, future mobility, but also by creating jobs while it is getting done. So that leads to a virtuous cycle. You create jobs, therefore there is more consumption. More consumption means manufacturing will try to invest more into more capacity, and therefore that sets off a virtuous cycle of growth. So on that we are happy. The thing has been on the public transport and interoperable battery swapping policy, which the government has promised. So that was another demands of the industry. Battery swapping policy, which will actually set the ball rolling for a faster adoption of electric vehicles, which is very, very critical, because that can help to calm the nerves on range anxiety which people have when it comes to electric vehicles. So I think that announcement has made that government is willing to look at a policy for battery swapping, so that there is homogeneous standard when it comes to batteries and battery management. That's the second. The other is a tremendous focus on urban transport or public transport and clean and circular economy, which is something which has also been promised in the budget. So we are happy on those counts. Obviously, our other request has been, which has not been met and was not expected to be met in this budget, was of the GST. Public transport is charged GST at a luxury rate of 28%. Okay. Whereas our request has been that this is something very, very basic public transport, and it should not be charged more than 18%, ideally 12, but maximum 18. So obviously that demand continues, and we are putting up that demand to the GST Council as well. Hopefully, I think over time it should be looked at. But yeah, these were some of the expectations of the industry, and obviously manufacturing gets a huge leg up, not only budget, but I will come back to that in a moment, but also for because of the rebalancing of the global value chain that is happening.
Sure.
PLI coming in to help us. So
Sure.
I'll come back to that. Yeah, I will stop here. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Bali. Zurvanji, I mean, since you are closely associated with manufacturing, you understand industry, you understand skilling. Any short-term impact and long-term impact do you see on the skilling side? Because skilled labor, see, availability of labor is a challenge, a separate topic, but availability of and employability of skilled labor or the workforce which is trained enough to the satisfaction of industry's need. Do you see some action there, or is it something outside the purview of the budget?
So this is first and foremost, thank you for having me on this panel discussion. There is definitely something touched upon on this front in terms of the NSQF or the skill qualification framework, which is talking of aligning with the dynamic industry needs. I think this is something very important to take into account, that the industry needs are dynamic, they're changing, particularly with the step up in digitization, which has come as a result of the pandemic. And I believe that as an industry, we've probably taken a leap forward of maybe 6 to 8 years as a result of what was forced upon us in the pandemic. And a high degree of digitization, looking at options in automation. These are things that have been kind of accelerated and expedited. With this, you are absolutely right. There is a need for us to have a focus on this. Today, manpower availability is a strength that we have, but we need to do a lot of reskilling in this direction. So whether it is in terms of formal training that goes into our technical institutes, whether it is in terms of hands-on training, these are things that will need to be done, because if one really does a SWOT of the engineering, of the manufacturing industry, and looks at it at a very macro level, there are certain obvious strengths that we have as an engineering manufacturing industry. And roughly, if I were to, I just made a few jottings on it. I think we have a large base of young engineers. Okay, this is a very important thing, and that gives us a big design to build kind of strength, which today is, like we've seen in the IT area as well, is something which can be exploited very well if we are to quickly scale up our presence in the global manufacturing supply chain. The other part of it is that because we are at a stage where investments are still going into a big way, there is a very high degree of scalability that we have. And this scalability, again, is going to come through the incorporation of Industry 4.0, which once again goes back to the requirement for these skills on digitization in order to be able to take advantage of that. There is a very high resilience base that we have in this manufacturing industry. And here I'm not referring to the large industry players, but I'm referring to the MSMEs.
Yes.
There are a huge number. We are talking about a number in the region of 63 lakh, if my numbers are right, 6.3 million units, which contribute today approximately 4 to 5% of the national GDP. I'm not talking about manufacturing GDP here, which incidentally, just to put it into perspective, is higher than the GDP contributed by mining, quarrying, and electricity and utilities put together, or it is almost the same. It's if not slightly higher. So the point I'm making is that the focus on the MSME is very critical. See, this is a spend and grow budget. There is no doubt about it. On one hand, if you were listening to the pre-budget talks, and to some extent one was listening to the fact that one could have looked at a demand stimulus budget, but I think no, this is a more sustainable way of doing it by stimulating the supply. So a very important point that Mr. Bali talked about, which is huge, this was an expectation that we had all along, and we've been talking about it time and again, is the need to strengthen logistics. Logistics, for example, today, if you see as a percentage of total business revenues, India has got among the highest logistic costs in the world, apart from being among the slowest. Just to put numbers in over here, we have logistic costs which go as high as 20%, whereas a healthy logistic cost would be in the region of 7 to 8%.
Yes,
absolutely. Okay. And for example, our vehicle movement, our truck movement on roads is an average in the region of about 200 kilometers a day, whereas internationally, globally, they're 3 times that. So you get to see that today, these are factors. So as a part of the SWOT, these are the weaknesses that we have. And the major threat is that if we do not attend to these immediately, we could lose the opportunities which are opening up as a result of the overall global supply chain disruptions, which we are aware it's not just the current. I'm not just talking about the current one that's in the face for everybody, but even certain sourcing preferences where India stands a very good chance of stepping in.
Okay. Kamalji, you also wear a hat and you have been closely associated with Swedish Chamber of Commerce, if I'm not wrong. As companies who are sitting in Europe or America and looking at India, possibly evaluating in their boardroom meetings about putting a plant here, making an investment, shifting a base from maybe a South Asian neighbor to India, what message has the budget gone outside? What message have you taken to your Chamber of Commerce and through that to the Swedish government? Are there any positives for investors sitting out there?
Absolutely, Ashish. I will be very candid on this and say that we are extremely delighted with this budget. It's looking at a long-term and a sustainable development of the country and not doing a fixing every year for one particular issue, and then at the end of the year that fix is gone, and then you have to refix next year the same issue or a set of other issues. So I think the thing is that we are fixing the basics of the country. If you look at, I just want to take just 2 minutes on this. If you look at the year 1978, India and China their GDP was almost similar at about $300 billion. In next 40 years, China has gone to 18 trillion, which is 60 times what they were. And we have done only 10 times in the last 40 years. So what is the difference? The difference is that China focused on 3 things. One was on manufacturing, manufacture. And other one was export, become the factory of the world. And the third piece was create infrastructure. I think their focus was they created, at that point in time, everybody felt when we also traveled to China that these guys are funny. I mean, the kind of infrastructure they've created looks 10 times the size which would be normally required. Their industrial areas, I mean, you could go on and on driving in that industrial, it won't end. So that is what they did. It came in handy, and that is what they became, the factory of the world. And until last year, they were 30% of the total manufacturing output of the world. I think so. That is the fix. India will have to do nothing different. It will have to focus on infrastructure first. And then, as Durwan rightly pointed out, the capability and the competencies and the skill sets of our people, remaining in tune with the growing and emerging technologies, and also moving along to some extent towards Industry 4.0, automation, digitalization, all of that. So I think that's the message which is gone is very, very positive. In fact, the kind of the PLI scheme has already received is mind-boggling. I think you will get numbers very soon on PLI scheme. There is a demand to open up PLI scheme for other sectors, and also probably extend dates because some companies are wanting to make decisions. So we have about 200 Swedish companies in India, and many more. And I'm the chairman of the chamber currently, and I know the kind of interest the companies are showing into India. And I think, and one of the reasons is also that, to my mind, the stars are aligning. Why I say so is that there is a huge movement on rebalancing of global value chain. As I said, $15 trillion of global manufacturing, almost $5 trillion was accounted for by China. There is a plan that almost $4 trillion of manufacturing will rebalance over into other countries as a fallout of China plus one model. So obviously, Mexico, India, many countries are there in the play. So I think that particular opportunity for manufacturing is begging us on the door, is knocking us on the door, and I am sure that a lot of countries would be interested in really looking at India. And the government appears progressive, the government appears positive, and they have removed the retrospective taxation. I think all positives. Not that we are perfect. We have a long way to go. When it comes to MSME sector, our MSME sector is extremely weak. We will have to work very hard with the MSME sector for the next 5 years to bring us up to speed with somewhere close to global standards. But I think the way forward would be get large anchor industries, anchor sectors, whether ESDM or many other sectors, battery manufacturing into India, and grow an ecosystem around that of MSMEs. So, and our demand from to the government will continue to focus more on MSMEs, maybe spend little more on MSMEs, maybe 1 lakh crore extra on MSMEs. I mean, post the budget, we will take up this matter with the government. I think the government could have done little more on MSMEs already, but obviously there has to be enough appetite and a direction for the sector as well as to what needs to go. So overall, just to answer pointed, very positive message, and India is a great opportunity as the European countries see it. I can at least talk on behalf of some of the European countries.
That's right. And Zulmani, just taking forward that point, a lot can be done by center, but a lot more needs to be done with state governments. Now you are sitting in a place where the state government is not bearing the same colors as that of the central government. What is the message which states need to adopt? Because unless we all move together at same pace, we cannot become islands of excellence in manufacturing or islands of excellence in MSME. Because Maharashtra is an important state, so are the states which are non-BJP ruled, though there are very few. But unless the state and the central government align on the broader policies of manufacturing, job creation, things may not move as smoothly as Kamalji was pointing out the 40-year comparison since 78. So sitting in where you are, what is the message you would give out to the local governments of saying what more needs to be done to sink in as far as factory, manufacturing, job creation, etc. are concerned?
I believe that good economics is really agnostic to an extent of politics. I know that when you refer to different colors, there is an aspect to it, but I think overall there is no question that state governments also are looking at growth and development, and below that immediate veneer of difference of opinion, there is a lot of alignment. Yes, there are of course certain stands that have to be taken in order to maintain certain positions. But having said that, the kind of steps that have been proposed in this budget are really speaking ones that can build a huge momentum, which nobody would really want to counter in terms of policies, because at the end of the day, I think states are also competing against each other for industrialization and for being able to attract investment, both in terms of domestic as well as in terms of FDI. As we have seen, in the earlier times when, states used to have incentive schemes to invite industry to come. For example, we have invested and we have got 2 factories, let's say, for example, in Uttarakhand, we've got factories located up in Baddi. We have factories in Tamil Nadu. So it's there's a lot of it that I think states, really speaking, would be working more in terms of attracting rather than trying to fight policy. I don't think that.
But sadly, Zulmanji, these are the references which have been spoken of for last 20 years. The Uttarakhand, the Baddi, the Tamil Nadu. Where are the new?
I agree. You see, but the point is that when you have such a large overarching union government directive and the way that this budget has come across, That is where I feel we are really making a difference. I think, as Mr. Bali rightly pointed out, the earlier ones were trying to fix little things here and there, and it's like trying to fix when you're trying to fix a multi-leak, so to speak. You plug one, there's something else. But here we've got rather overarching kind of directional, points which have been taken, which I don't really think any state is going to have the want to kind of do this at the cost probably of their realizing that they're going to hurt industrialization within the state.
And why I brought this point, because we are into 5-state election. These are the states who are financially troubled. I mean, Punjab, look at the finance, or Uttar Pradesh. Lot of investor summits happened there. Most of industry captains landed up there, signed memorandum of understanding, made announcements about commitments, yet nothing has happened.
But do you really feel that by not having a kind of state election focused budget, which we are very glad has not happened, you mean to say that those things are going to get undone? I don't believe so. Any investor knows that there are benefits in this kind of a overarching directional policy statement and budget, which will ensure that governments that come in will also stay within the aligned, areas of function. Just a point which I would like to make, which we haven't touched upon when we've talked of logistics. Mr. Bali spoke about, the development in terms of the roadways and railways, but a very important aspect, which again is at a national level, is the formation of the multimodal transport movement.
In fact, I was coming to that only. Good, you have.
Now that is something huge, along with, not just the cargo terminals, the multimodal ones, 4 in this year, 100 over the next 3 years. That is great, but along with the formation of a uniform data exchange platform. This is something so important in order to have seamless movement. We are blessed with a huge inland waterway system. We are blessed with a very strong railway system. So this will again tie back into that entire thought of the sustainable logistics, the move away from fossil fuel, and that overall direction in terms of going to look at a carbon neutral economy. This is very forward thinking.
Yes, and just to your point, I was just trying to build on the point made by Zarwan about inland waterways. Interlinking of rivers has been on the agenda for a long time. I'm glad Finance Minister spoke that some DPR has been cleared for interlinking of 5 rivers. Let's see that when how situation moves in ground. See, everything is a function of that. We may announce addition of 25,000 kilometers of national highway in a year. And then at the next year, I bet we may be talking about only completion of maybe 2,000 kilometers of national highway. And those are the problems at ground. So, Mr. Bali, I would like your focus on attention on these big bang announcements, looking at not only the next current year, 5-year, but this 25-year roadmap, which is a unique thing they introduced, India at 100, their vision for that. I'm sure it sends out positive signal, but immediately for the next financial year, 22-23, what kind of impact do you see as far as those announcements are concerned?
No, absolutely. I think Ashish, I completely agree with you that the key lies in implementation, and I think that's going to be the key now. I think direction, strategy, vision, I think they have done it all, and I think we have to appreciate that this budget has, as we have been talking about it, this budget has put a lot of thought behind. It has been imaginative, it has been visionary, it has ticked all the right boxes, and it has also put in money where the mouth is. I think to that extent, it's absolutely perfect. In terms of another thing which has actually happened, which should give confidence to investors, is the defense spending. Now 68% of defense spending will be from Make in India. 68% of, so therefore, you can put your money into defense assets, into developing your markets and your programs for defense. And 28% of this expenditure is towards R&D. So India will have to really spend much, much more on R&D. And I think another request to the government in addition to MSME would be to open some purse strings also for R&D spend. Support companies on R&D. If companies do spend on R&D and they come out with certain outcomes, they can be supported in some way. So I think that's going to be another thing. Linking of, which Azurvan and you both alluded to. I think this is another very, very important one. And I think this one, to my mind, I feel it's not a slogan because the DPRs have been prepared and they have targeted next 4 to 5 years for completing a very major portion of this job. And I think, at the end of the day, I believe that, I mean, there is no other Ramban. I think we have to execute. We have to execute. And I think this has shown the intent. And as you rightly said, the state governments and the development agencies, people down the line, the bureaucracy, all will have to work together, and industry. So it will have to be a holistic, collaborative approach. And it is an India first approach, which will really take this to its logical conclusion.
Zurvan, what do you make of all this, considering the group of companies which are under Godrej and Boyk, defense, getting indigenous, I mean, Make in India, boost, construction, automation. Personally, from your company's point of view, briefly, are there any plans of investment, setting up an additional factory under any of the industry heads, or maybe major recruitment or something happening on those fronts, company specific?
We have been on an active growth path. In fact, we've done a lot of expansion over the last couple of years. In fact, we've had the opportunity with greenfield projects to even go into Industry 4.0 compliant factory bases. So a lot of that is going on. Yes, we are present in the defense sector as well.
Yes.
The defense sector, we have businesses, for example, who have been working with ISRO, who've been working with defense. So we have very much there, and we are looking at expanding those businesses. Yes, there is already an expansion that has been planned, which will take place. Additional to that, we have one of our major businesses being the furniture business.
Yes.
And we are looking at the steps and directions being taken in terms of making India a global furniture supply hub. So there's work going on in that direction. There is also talk of creating a complete furniture park near Visakhapatnam. So there is work going on that front, that yes, this would also get a boost there. We have our appliances businesses, which are also looking at, and talking of GST, which Mr. Bali spoke about, I think appliances has been looking at, for example, air conditioners not being seen as, 28% GST products, but being, brought in line with other appliances. And another one, for example, because we are also into recyclable construction material, where today the GST is very high at 15%, at 18%. And this is a very low margin, but a very, very important one. Again, going back into the, the zero carbon so recyclability, where recyclable materials are made back into construction, brick forms. These are areas on which we are also looking at expanding, but definitely we will be taking it up with the government as well in terms of the need to rethink certain product categories and actually moving them out of the luxury area, so to speak. So that is where we really see. So overall, of course, it is one that is very pro growth, and it's a good budget.
Yeah, Kamalji,
on furniture, Zurban.
I was coming to that. I think IKEA's entry has maybe kind of
IKEA would be. IKEA may be very interested in speaking with you. If you want, I will connect you guys. Yeah.
Most certainly. In fact, we are already speaking to each other.
Okay. Then it's fine.
In fact, the interiors of the IKEA showrooms have been done by us.
Oh,
fantastic!
Wow.
Very good.
That's another story for another discussion.
Sure.
Yeah. So
yeah, Kamal,
because IKEA is opening up in a big way in India.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, it is reshaping the furniture industry, no doubt. It has done the furniture industry, which was highly fragmented, is getting consolidated thanks to their presence. And they're definitely making the furniture industry more, visible. And but consolidation is always good, because it's a huge industry.
They're pretty much well in terms of price positioning, very much in line with India's value proposition.
You're quite right. You're quite right. I think we have a lot to sort of learn from each other.
That's right. And that is what an example of entry of a large manufacturing joint, a large brand. Though, I mean, you all remember the days how entry of IKEA, multi-brand retail, single brand retail, all the controversies surrounding it when the UPA government was in power, how much time it took for them to set shop here. But Kamalji, coming to Volvo India, do you have any specific plans for 22-23 to share? And overall, the automotive sector is not that happy. Only the electric vehicle part is little happy. Automotive sector stocks haven't reacted well to the budget, nor they are like coming out and kind of praising anything. So what do you make of that? And Volvo specific thing and the automotive sector as in general, your take.
So let me start with automotive first. I think the future, see, the automotive sector is in a great state of transition. I mean over the next it's clear that over the next 8 to 10 years we will move more and more towards electric mobility. By 2030, a very large part, varying between 40 to 50%, depending on which category, vehicles would move to electric, right? Electric or other non-fossil fuel. So while the industry has had to invest in Euro 6, BS6 kind of technologies of IC engines over the last 3 or 4 years, they've also simultaneously had to invest into future technologies. So obviously, we are at crossroads as an industry with new challenges and opportunities as well. Challenges of investing in 2 different streams, because you still have to be at the top of your game, even in the existing technologies, because the next 10 years doesn't mean that you can come with substandard products. You will have to continue to improve the product categories even in that area. So that's one challenge the automotive industry faces. The second, obviously, is of investments into the electric and other technology. But I don't think automotive industry has not liked the budget. I think there is no reason why automotive industry, I think a lot which has been done for the logistics sector, ultimately the beneficiary is the automotive industry. So I think there is no need for us to feel that automotive industry has not liked the budget. Of course, there could be the aspirations could be more. We've always wanted GST and other things to be a little favorable to the industry, which we have always said so. And I think it is definitely on a higher side. It should be between 2 to 18%, and typically it is 28%, even for normal vehicles made for very, very basic duty, not the luxury vehicles. So I think that one part stays, and I think that can really assist and help the automotive industry.
And that is for the GST Council to take up, sir. It's out of the purview of finance minister or a budget speech. So
we have done that. We have done that several times, and I think the answer we have got is they agree with us. And they were looking at the right timing, because ultimately, end of the day, there is an impact on the revenues. And go with a scheme to say it's going to be revenue neutral, then it's all right. The government takes it up very quickly. If it is going to be revenue negative, then obviously the decision-making process, no state wants to lose revenue. So I think that is a challenge always. We understand that, and there is nothing nothing hidden in that. So we know that. But now that the GST collections have been very buoyant, and we have touched almost 1.5 lakh crores in January, this is a time for us to really take up this matter once again with the government, especially on the public transport, the trucking industry. So it helps the logistics sector in a big way. As far as Volvo is concerned, Ashish, we have a joint venture with Eicher in India, and that's where our mainstream products are sold, are manufactured and sold through that joint venture called VE Commercial Vehicles.
Yes.
The 50-50 joint, which is joint venture with Eicher, Eicher Motors and Volvo. There we are the third largest commercial vehicle players there. We have been investing in that joint venture almost. We have been serial investors. Almost every year we are investing fairly large amounts. We have 3 plants in Pithampur in Indore. Just now, only we inaugurated one more plant in Bhopal as an expansion of our truck plant.
And you are exporting also, a big exporter of Volvo.
We are exporting also. And in Bangalore, so that is one part of our mainstream high volume business. The other part, Volvo branded products, for which we have 2 factories, one both of them in Bangalore, one for trucks, and we also assemble the Volvo cars in the factory. And then, of course, we have the construction equipment facility where we make big dinosaurs, those excavators and equipment. So those are those are doing very, very well. We have in 2021 we have exceeded the pre-pandemic 2019 numbers, whether it is construction equipment, whether it is the trucks for the mining sector. So I mean, for us it's a great journey, and we also expanded. We invested a lot about 4 years back in expanding our facility in Bangalore. So we are ready, and we are really looking forward to increased volumes and greater focus. In addition to that, we have close to 2,500 people doing global technology from India, global competency center on technology, on IT, on embedded electronics, artificial intelligence and embedded electronics, sitting in Bangalore. So that's our global competency centers are another very big driver of Volvo's presence and footprint in India. So this is what, and we are very bullish about our India opportunity going forward.
Right, Kamalji, as we close, last couple of minutes, I would just briefly like both your gentlemen's point of view on digital currency. This crypto kind of getting legalized because it will come under tax net. Sweden obviously uses a digital krona, if I'm not wrong. Do you see any kind of impact this picking up in business in terms of transactions, much more serious way than right now what's happening, people using app to make money and all, direct impact in business dealing? So Kamalji, quickly, briefly, followed by Jadvan, and then we will close.
I think this is one subject which is really evolving, and as far as government is concerned, I think the RBI is going to take out a digital currency. Until that time, it is not a currency. Unless a Reserve Bank of India takes out a currency, until then it is only a digital asset. It is not a currency. So obviously that is the difference right now. And the FM has announced that RBI is going to take out this very, very soon. So I think we will have to wait and watch. I will hold on to my comments on this. I think what is evolving on this, Ashish, and really we do not know what are the other factors which will be responsible for shaping a new thing.
No, why I brought it up, because in Sweden, I think there is a use of thing in a lot of transport where people are using
No, absolutely. It's a very progressive thing. How it is going to be managed and how it is going to, the governance is going to be the key, I think, and therefore how you're going to regulate, who is going to be the regulator, how it is going to be regulated. I think that is going to be the key. Those factors are not known yet. I think very soon, once RBI announces the formation of a digital currency, which is, I would say, a very progressive step by, and I think India will be one of the first few countries to really have a currency monitored, I mean, from the RBI. I think digital currency, I think it is a step in the right direction, but I think a lot needs to be understood about it before we move forward.
Zurvan, your closing comments, impact on digital currency?
I largely agree with what Kamalji says. I think the fact that there's going to be blockchain being put to use will also make it more trackable, make it safer. There is a lot of fine print that we really need to see as to what is going to really be brought about in terms of digital currency, because today already you have digital transactions happening on the UPI platform, for example. So how different is it going to be? What is it going to be? Its impact in terms of convertibility? Will that be something we will look at in the long run? So there are a lot of thoughts. I wouldn't call them unanswered questions. These are just thoughts. A lot of these things will kind of come out only when we hear more about it. I believe it's a very progressive thing. It's a very good step in terms of the fact that the government is one of the few governments, as he rightly put it, that are taking this step forward. It will also help nip in the bud the likelihood of proliferation of the parallel Bitcoin economy, which again, by bringing about the taxability on it, is going to kind of weigh in favor of movement towards the RBI digital currency. But before we comment on it, we really need to read. Whatever we had right now has not given us any, to read enough has not given us any indication so far.
Thank you, Zurban. Thank you, Kamalji, for the time and your valuable interpretation of budget, your frank views on what more needs to be done, both to increase and boost manufacturing. With this, I'd hand it over to my colleague, Abhinav Trivedi.
Ashish if you allow, can I field one question if you allow?
That is why I had brought up digital currency, because Abhinav ji has special interest, and over to you, Abhinav.
No, my question, thank you, Ashish, but my question is to on the manufacturing side only. Gentlemen, Kamal Balaji and Zurban, government.
I believe there's a signal problem. I cannot hear.
We can hear you, sir.
We can hear you. Can you hear
but
us?
I couldn't hear the question coming in from Abhinav.
Oh, okay. I'm just about to start, sir.
Okay. Your image is frozen, so I thought you said something I couldn't hear. Please go ahead.
Maybe my phone doesn't like me anymore, but that's fine. My question was specifically to the export side of the economy. The government laid special emphasis on boosting exports. Now, do you think that the replacement of the SEZ zone policy and onboarding the state for creating a robust industrial land bank are enough measures to boost exports, especially from the manufacturing sector? Because land and labor issues have been the perils of the industry-led sector. Do you think the government is doing enough, especially to boost exports? Kamalji, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think for the first and foremost, I think this is a much larger subject of how do you export, how do you become export worthy. I think there has to be a value proposition of Indian companies to the consumer on the other side. I think it starts with that, followed by the second biggest challenge is our logistics inefficiencies, especially when it comes to exports. And I think the work which is being done on infrastructure will help in a big way in making Indian companies competitive in exports. So logistics is going to play a huge role in making India ready for exports. And then I think we need the government and the manufacturing sector has to, we are putting together targets to strategize India's participation in the global value chain. As I said during the course of the discussion with Ashish, that there is a rebalancing of global value chain happening, and almost $4 trillion of manufacturing is likely to be rebalanced, and India can play a huge role. So I think this is the time where we need to really step forward and take some measures to really make ourselves export worthy. So it's not just the export zones or the special economic zones. I think it's an overall value proposition, competitiveness and quality and brand India, which we need to really develop, which so that the outside world can see a value proposition from us.
Sure. Zurbanji?
Yeah,
Mr. Bali threw some light on SEZ. Maybe you can throw
unfortunately,
some light on...
I could not hear Mr. Bali right through. Maybe there's a problem somewhere along the network. So forgive me if I repeat some of the things that he has said. But overall, what you touched upon is one part of the supporting of export. There's a lot more to it. I think one of the major points in support of export is the rationalization of the custom procedures, because one of the areas where export has been facing a challenge is in terms of being able to do business in the domestic tariff area. There was a huge lacuna over there, which is now being addressed. Over and above that, I think rightly I heard a bit of what Mr. Bali said in terms of quality, consistency. So there are cost factors involved. So we have to get our quality right, which again is going to come from being more of an more on exports as compared to being a consumption driven growth. That is one area which will help us to sharpen the quality part of it. The skilling part, which we started out right in the beginning talking about, is going to be another factor that is going to play a role over there. Okay. Along with the simplification and the rationalization of the customs. If you look at all that together, yes, what is being talked of alignment and the land block in the states is an additional factor, but it is not the factor which is going to play a major role.
Only factor.
It is certainly an enabling factor.
That's touche. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And I recommend you watch Ashish and my Property Minutes of the Week. We regularly talk about manufacturing and policy reforms and infrastructure. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Ashish, thank you so much. We move on to our next panel, ladies and gentlemen. The backbone of the economy, but here we're talking about the fintech sector. To a certain extent, we also talk about the banking and how the new age technology is merging with the banks and how useful was the union budget in providing that. We have with us Mr. Ritesh Jain, who is the co-founder at Flexi Loans, Akshay Mehrotra, who is the co-founder and CEO at Early Salary, Shachindra Nath, who is the EC and MD and YouGrow Capital, and this panel would be led by Manish Kumar Jha, associate editor of BW Business World and a senior journalist whom you'll see regularly on Business World. Manish, over to you, please.
Thank you, Abhinav. You already laid a great background. Some of the insights, was amazing. And I continue doing the same debate. I think it's very important to continue having more in-depth discussion. And so rightly, we're going to discuss. I can see the panelists. I welcome you all. If I can hear Mr. Sachindra Nath, Ritesh Jain, Akshay Mehrotra. If I can hear all of them, please.
Hi. Thank you, Manish.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Akshay Mehrotra. Welcome you on BW Business World. I can also hear Ritesh Jain, co-founder of Flexi Loan, please.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi, Ritesh. And then Mr. Sachindra Nath, MD, EC, YouGrow Capital.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, burning topic today. We already understand fintech industry has been growing in the country and for the last decade, by the way. And there are a few great announcements in the budget in this 2022-23 budget. Basically, I can tell you, we have heard words like digital currency and blockchain first time, in such way in our budget, which union budget. So it's a big thing to start with. I recall way back in Business World when we had raised issues on blockchain, and we discussed about the regulatory structure that was non-existent still so far, and it was quite a mess. So it was a great thing to hear about that government has recognized how the world is spreading fast, how the world is embracing such digital currency technology using blockchain and further in such areas. So we're gonna debate more or less on the same discussion. Actually, what we're gonna do, we're gonna demystify with you panelists, and we're gonna demystify for the common people, for our audience who are listening to us, some of these measures which government has taken. What does it mean to them? These big announcement. I begin with again with recent announcement that one of the major proposal to set up 75 digital banking units, which we call DBUs, in 75 districts by our scheduled commercial bank. Basically, what does it mean? Is it about setting up a physical infrastructure? What does it mean to common man and all across India? If I start with Mr. Nath, MD, you grow capital. If you start demystifying what is this digital banking, how are we going to do that? We already have our physical bank. It's a separate infrastructure. It has separate mechanism, and how it's going to streamline an offering to the common man to begin with.
No, thanks, Manish. I think so. Look, any form of digitization when it comes to financial services, especially lending, I think so. People generally believe that mainline banks or large NBFI or NBFCs, the digitization for them or the fintech is two separate things, which is not true actually. Lot many banks also are as much as fintech as what fintechs are, right? So when a Kotak Bank, which has an 811 account, is a completely digital onboarding of a customer and it's very efficient when they do it. Or when a YONO for SBI is as digital as it could be. So I keep saying that today we are in a world wherein banks are becoming fintech, fintechs are becoming NBFCs, and NBFCs are becoming banks. So it's a kind of a moving world. I think the core difference between a digital player versus a conventional bank, and this was some time back and it would change rapidly, it was presumed that the power of the balance sheet would lie with the bank and the digital platform is the front end which deals and talks to the customer. But invariably, we are saying that unless you don't combine balance sheet with a digital player, it becomes very difficult, to just be the market interface or the market front end, right? Because majority of the fintechs, especially in India, the way they attracted capital from bank was not because of their prowess of underwriting, digitization, access to the customer, but more, driven by, off balance sheet, first loss credit cover, so on and so forth. What you would see going forward, that there will be a massive collaboration which will emerge between mainline banks and digital players, and the digital players would have a combined approach of digitization plus balance sheet, and they have to collaborate. So they have to draw capital from mainline bank, but they have to be the front end. Especially for players like us, which are a combination of, we are a large balance sheet, but as much as fintech can be. But we are also on the other side trying to collaborate with big bank. So when the regulatory framework of co-lending came by RBI in 2019 and when it was revised in 2020, we embraced that in quite rapidly. So today, some of the largest banks, State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, IDBI, Central Bank, and 9 more banks are joining, are on our digital lending platform called Grow Extreme, wherein everything for MSME segment, what we are originating through multiple channels, they are being able to take in on their balance sheet, through this co-lending collaboration. We are also acting as a bridge. So on our Grow Extreme platform, we are only dedicated to MSME financing. Any smaller, I won't say smaller, any player which has the ability to access customer, it can be a fintech, it can be a small NBFC, it can be a market aggregator, it can be any form of a digital player. We are also providing balance sheet. So our eventual goal is to use our large balance sheet, 1,000 crore of net worth, 2,500 crore of book, use that as a buffer between the large bank and a fintech and pass on the capital to the end customer. And in that process, use as much as data analytics and digitization. Second, I would conclude on this, that when people think of role of digital technology, right, there are two parts of that. One is what I call data analytics, which is the decision support system. And second, which is technology, which is process simplification. People confuse between process simplification technology versus decision making. Many times you'll see right now India's fintechs are all about process simplification, right? Onboarding a customer, reaching a customer, reminding him, collecting. But when it comes to real credit decisioning, that is not happening through data analytics. That is happening in consumer businesses. And for at least for MSME, that is changing quite rapidly. So what we call the UPI, or India Stack 2.0, the GST, banking, bureau, account aggregation, and taking to the OCEN would shift the credit underwriting of basis data versus physical touch.
Right. I think you fairly explained. You led the some final aspect basically. And back to Jen. Obviously, it has some physical component attached to that, and you also talked about how we relate It has to do with the process simplification, basically. But I would like to understand, and of course, on behalf of our audience who's listening, what is the 75 number which government has come up? Why the 75 digital banking units? What is about such number? Any clue out of that? If you can make it and tell us, Mr. Jain, out of the budget announcement.
I guess the details are yet to come over there, but they wanted to. This is the first time they have given the indication that they are moving away from branches. So my reading over there is earlier, if you see, all the announcement would be towards opening of new branches. This is the first time indication by the government that banking can be done without branches. So to give example of flexi loans, right? We are set up as one unit in Mumbai, and we are giving loans in 15,000 pin codes across India. So that kind of setup through these 75 banking units government want to have, that you have branchless presence over there. That's my reading of this particular stuff. But more than setting up of these 75 units, I guess the indication or the signaling is very clear that going forward, the time is for digital banks. And I see very soon, if not in this financial year, very soon government will roll out digital banking licenses also, and people can apply towards that.
Perfect. I continue with opening remarks with Akshay Mehrotra, if I can hear you. I can, of course, see the co-founder, and I really like the name of your company, which is called Early Salary. I hope a lot of people also like what you have co-founded, But back to that, how focus on the budget announcement, and again, taking back to this, because I have been to rural part of India. I have seen that and how much it makes a difference, especially, if a case, I put you the Fino Bank, I have myself witnessed that, when I went to ATM and I could not use that, but then it was easily available. But again, needs that physical infrastructure, you need some kind of setup, you need a process. What do you make out of such announcement? How big is this step in defining fintech industry in India? It is a come of age out of this budget. To Mr. Mehrotra, please.
I think the biggest element that the budget has done is the recognition from the government that the next wave of growth for fintech is going to be the path to digital banks, right? I think when we all made our investor pitches, and that's very important as a startup, right? For us, it's a rat race. We have to be really large. We have to grow exponentially well, and we have to cater to a large segment of consumers. What is the largeness that we can showcase as possibility that we can become, right? And I think when we started a discussion, it went fintechs are becoming NBFCs are becoming banks want to become fintech. But we can springshot the entire part that fintechs one day will become banks, right? And that is what I think this budget has cleared clear direction to, right?
So again, I just sorry to interrupt you. If I say just for the common man, if you clarify, what does it mean to them? Is it about
I'm going to explain to you what does it mean
money, access to their remittances through digital platform or a credit facility? Exactly. I mean,
what does the bank do? It's not about banks can accept money and give you money. The biggest element banks stand for is trust. That they can hold your money, and when you need it, you can take it. You can also borrow from them when you like, right? The trust element, which means that there is a larger than life institutional backing this trust which comes in. That's why banks are known to survive lifetimes, and that's why the regulatory body managing it. See, unlike most other businesses, this is one of the oldest businesses in the world and the most highly regulated business, right? And this also sets the tone for how customers have to be managed. See, today, if I look at early salary, we do almost 100,000 loans a month. Right? We are just 417 people as a company. We're able to now process 500,000 loan applications a month. Now, that's a traditional institution needs a few thousand employees in just underwriting to manage a volume like ours, right? And today we only do this part of our business because the way we operate, either as a co-lender or an NBFC, we can only do lending. The other businesses can't be done because of regulated business. But eventually, if you look at, we cater to millions of customers. There are 10 million people who have the early salary app. Now imagine if you become a bank for those millions of people across the country, you can do a large number of things, right? And more importantly, the trust element which is caused in banking is the largest phenomena, right? When balance sheets get built, and operational efficiency comes in, everyone benefits. The customer benefits the most, right? And that is what is the largeness that this budget is creating. It is the path which gets done, that can you build a larger digital economy beyond payments, and banking is the largest opportunity there. And I think not only was the speech all about dropping keywords of blockchain and crypto and words like that, it actually clearly said that, listen, I like fintechs, I like technology driven banking to such an extent that I want to set up digital banks in the country. That's the clear message, right? That it is the recognition of the government to say, listen, go beyond digital payments, go and do everything in banking. I'm there to support you. I'm ready to build the infrastructure. See, if governments and regulators build railroads, innovators like us will come and create products which service consumer demand in a better manner, right? And consumer demand is very large. Today, at least, let's say 37% of the people still have never used a credit product in the country. Right. Look at the opportunity, such a large economy, oldest banking industry, but we haven't done so many things. Now, these are the things which are going to come alive with such regulations. And for the normal, let's say, individual, it means access to more products in a far more simplified manner. I don't have to go to my traditional bank for every service. He may not be efficient for something. He may not give me an efficient car loan. He may not give me a credit card. Why sitting in a small town can I not get a credit card when I want it? I can if there's a capability of servicing me there, right? So those are the opportunities which digital banks will create, and the innovation path roads are getting created with the budget announcement like now.
Right, I think fairly explained. A lot of things for the common man, of course. And that's very visible to as a witness to be in the rural part of India. But then we'll come back to the next important aspect of the budget announcement, which it's a central bank digital currency. I think Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has herself dubbed it as a big boost to the economy. Though it's in all framework, it is slightly late to come up with such a big word, big announcement, but still too not late. And how it could lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. If you could explain, and I again begin with you, Mr. Malhotra, again start focusing on through the common man perspective, is it really a big boost, and how it will translate into, will it take a long time to set up such infrastructure to derive benefit out of this currency? Or the trust we're talking about, which we have in the country, we'll have to develop that. What we do expect out of our traditional banks. So focus on digital currency aspect announcement. Yeah.
There are two elements of digital currency. One is the payment currency. Like today, you could convert cash in your bank using UPI to transfer money to someone else, right? And reconciliations can be managed on the same manner. Similarly, when large transactions, let's say global banks want to use money, they'll use like a SWIFT code to transfer money between two places, right? Now, when you look at, then there's a buzzword of crypto, which is unregulated, unmanaged currency. The question really is that if there's a digital currency in movement, right, can it be well regulated and protected? Right. And that is the singularity which the message is bringing out. I think that the clarity will come out in some more time, how to use such processes. But the clarity is coming through to say that there's an acceptance coming in for digital currency beyond, let's say, payments. Right. And that, and we all saw what happened in the pandemic, right? People shifted to payments on UPI apps instantly. There was no cash in market. Everyone was getting deliveries. Everything was happening using QR codes and payments and phone-to-phone payments, etc. Right? So that is how acceptance comes in. But I think once the guardrails are set and confidence levels comes in, many more things can get created.
Right. So I think even the finance minister has said there is no currency until unless accepted by RBI, Reserve Bank of India. No matter what, thus we have to accept that. But that question again, back to the same definition aspect, though it's a big announcement, government does recognize concept like blockchain technology and the usage which is happening worldwide. But will it be taxed? How exactly will this work? If I could throw this question to Mr. Nath, if you can.
So let's differentiate between the two. What the finance minister, the budget has done is that it has taxed a set of profit arising out of a trading activity of an underlying asset, which is called digital asset, right? It is not recognition of that as a currency. So theoretically, if you buy shares, hold it for a year and it appreciates, you pay 20% tax, which is long-term capital gain tax or whatever is the applicable rate at a given point of time. But rather than buying shares, you're buying a cryptocurrency wherever it is regulated, not regulated, and you make profit out of it, it will tax 30%. So it is first is to, from what finance minister said, that if somebody is making profit by whatever means and activity, I am putting a tax on that. And I'm putting a higher threshold tax than what a normal tax for similar other asset classes, right?
Okay.
So that is the first one. Second, the difference between a regulated currency and unregulated currency. Currency does, its underlying value is linked to economy. So today, if you have 100 rupees note, whether it is in form of a digital, physical, or in your wallet, now that 100 rupees note can only buy 2 kgs of, tomatoes, right? And it is fixed because there is an underlying value attached to that. But when you have 100 rupees of cryptocurrency, that cryptocurrency from 100 can go to 500. But what is not known whether that 500 can buy you 2 kgs of tomatoes or not, right? So currency, when something which appreciates itself and goes down itself without any linkage to undernomy, it has a serious impact on economy itself if it is get accepted. So you have a double whammy, right? The currency in itself is volatile, right, and has not linked to the broader market. Over a period of time, it will get settled, but right now, obviously, RBI would come up with a regulation wherein, physical note can be converted to a digital note, like gold has happened. Now you can buy a gold in digital format. But when you're buying a gold in digital format, there is a underlying collateral kept somewhere, or some government is taking the differential risk from their balance sheet. So that is one separate part versus crypto. Crypto right now, what has happened? It is neither, government has said it is legitimate, not legitimate, anything. It has only said if you do this, then this asset class, I will tax you at 30%. So theoretically, think of this: if somebody goes and buys and start trading in contraband, right, ganja, charas, heroin, and start making profit, government can come and say that if you trade in contraband, we'll tax you at 70%. That does not give legitimacy to trading in contraband. You can still be under criminal procedure code, be taken to jail for buying and selling a charas or a ganja. So this is please just be very clear of what has happened.
Very, very, very clear. In fact, some of the points were very uniquely you explained. I'm again going to talk about in such a complex scenario, and knowing that there is international market for this, and that's equally not regulated around the world. What practices, what standard government should have, where government can look up to, if they build up a framework around such technologies, recognizing this currency, what direction government will have? Any standards are there, which we can emulate from around the world, if you can quote something, how government can approach to framing such a regulatory structure around digital currency?
Yeah, I can very quickly add to that what I said. Look, see, when you trade in a crypto, right, or you go to Hong Kong, in Macau, and go to a casino and trade there is no difference between the two, except India being largest investor in cryptocurrency, one of the second largest. It can have an impact on your on your BOPs, it can impact your foreign currency reserve, and so on and so forth. So at some point of time, if this become too big, wherein general public can get hurt without understanding it, then they will cap it, the amount of money which can go out from there. Otherwise, you can't provide a framework. It's trading activity. You can go and trade in anything, whatever you feel like. What governments can do about it?
Right. So back to Akshay, if you can further explain, demystify the central bank digital currency, and if you see some of the big thing coming out for our economy, how it's going to boost our economy in terms of, if I would like to ask you in terms of tangible examples, if you can, talk about, and also when I say again, it's for the common man, for the people who are watching this.
Let's go back to some of the points of the common man, right? And that's very important, what the budget stood for, and as from a fintech and lending perspective. So I think one element was that long-term capital gains for startups have some benefit, and still again, 1 more year benefits of tax holidays are available, which is a good sign for some of the startups which are just about to mature, because as they come into profitability, every year of tax holidays help out to create that component. Right? I think the other components are really linked with how we're looking at 2 areas where the government is investing in. First is skill development across the board.
Right.
Which means that as you skill more people, income potential goes up, and as they're investing in core infrastructure, which means that logistics parks become better, highways become better, trains become better, the cost of doing business improves, and access to more elements come into people's life. Now, because the budget did not adjust for, let's say, taxation benefits this year, right? There was no change in tax slab, which means people will have the same amount of money they had earlier, while inflation taking place, so let's say 5.2%, which means they'll have 5.2% lesser money in their hand. But people's aspirations are going up, right? And it comes back. And when you look at this, and as lenders, we look at it, we say that more of our customers will need credit options to now purchase, let's say, minor luxuries. It could be a phone, it could be a TV, it could be education, it could be a skill upgradation loan, it could be affording insurance. But can it now come in more affordable fashions of, let's say, EMI? And that's so the BNPL business in fintech is going to grow in a very good manner. So how the end consumer looks at it, and how industry in fintech looks at it, I think this would be a good use case, that while there is infrastructure getting created, new businesses and opportunities for people to work, there is going to be lesser money in hand immediately, which means credit is needed to fuel your requirements, and businesses like BNPL will grow further.
Right. Ritesh, you'd like to further add to this? I think you have some final point to explain on this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, on this CBDC front, for the common man, first we need to demystify, like, what is CBDC, central bank digital currency? Like Bitcoin, everyone is aware of, right? Bitcoin is a decentralized register which is not based out of India, and everyone is trading in Bitcoin. So worldwide, what is happening is central banks are feeling that they will lose the control over the currency itself. What's the most important part of managing the economy? You have control over the currency. If you want, you can publish more rupee or dollars and give a boost to the economy. So every central bank wants to have complete control over its currency. So central banks worldwide are feeling that with the rise of Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency, the control over their own currency will go away. And there's a race for launching their own a digital currency. Like China has already launched their digital currency, and Indian government is also following to launch their own digital currency. So that is what, like, it's backed on blockchain, similar to Bitcoin, and it's a digital currency. But it will be like Sachendra was also explaining, like in Bitcoin, what happens that the value keeps on appreciating. In CBDC, what will happen is the value of 1 rupee will remain 1 rupee. It's the form. Like earlier, you're getting cash. Here, you are getting CBDC currency. Now, what are the benefits from the bank point of view? Right now, if you have to give money in the hands of people, they have to publish. It's a costly, like printing money and circulation of money is a complicated affair. With digital currency, government can just print that digital currency without any significant incremental cost, and it can go out to people. So that is benefit number 1. Benefit number 2 is, right now they control over movement of money in India, whether it is UPI, via UPI or other stuff, is controlled by banking channels, right? If you have to move money from one place to another, it is controlled by banking channels, or you have to move money in cash. With CBDC, what will happen is it's a decentralized register. So control over banks will the monopoly of banks for managing money will go away. It would be decentralized, and people can easily move money from one place to another without having control over banks. The third and most important benefit, which is because it's a cryptocurrency, it can be a programmable money. Programmable money in the sense that if bank is issuing currency, let's say government wants to, right now, government is giving subsidy of LPG gas, right? Instead of giving subsidy, they can give digital rupee in the hands of all people or eligible people and program the money that this money can be used for a specific use case. So there are multiple benefits. Right? CBDC, it's not only digital rupee, it can be programmable money, which can be used for a specific use cases.
Right. So Nitish,
a lot of innovation can, like startups can build a lot of innovation or use cases on top of it.
So Nitish, government has seen, is this an opportunity which are missing? As we see, the money would be flown out of the government hat, would be unregulated for a long time. There would be illegal trading, from India to worldwide. And is it an opportunity which government is looking at? But still, because it involves a huge setup of say infrastructure again.
Right.
I have seen one of the biggest server being set up in Kazakhstan, Astana. That was the news. It's a huge server. And one can only find out what happens there. So there's a lot of mystery. What does RBI have to do in terms of building some structure? You see any sort of building a structure? What would be the regulatory guidelines you expect, or you suggested basically in currency guidelines?
All those servers in Kazakhstan and all are depending upon how settlements are happening for Bitcoin or other currency. So they can be the blockchain technology. You can set your own rules while setting up of blockchain, how the settlement will take place, whether it's complicated way. But over here, everything, because it's a central bank digital currency, it will be determined by RBI over there. So I don't see the setting up of blockchain unit is a very infrastructure heavy task for the government. That's why government can, and a lot of work has already been happening. A lot of research papers and other stuff have already been, a lot of people are working on it for last 5 years for this particular stuff. And that's why government can claim that they will be able to launch it in this financial year. If it would have been very cumbersome and other stuff, it would have been very difficult for them to launch that particular thing. Your first part of question, whether government is concerned about money will flow out, that's why they are being opportunistic about it. They're not being opportunistic about it because it is, I told you, there are certain benefits about blockchain or digital currency. They will get those benefits about it, but definitely there's a fear that if currencies like Bitcoin or other currencies become very popular, central bank can lose control over the currency. And a lot of transaction, like Sachendra was referring to, you're trading in charas, ganja and other stuff, right? And those transactions can happen without being tracing of those transactions also, because money transfer is happening which cannot be traced over there. A lot of terrorist activity or movement of money can happen from one place to other without government knowing about it.
Maybe we should give an example, and maybe I'll explain an example to Manish and for the audience also. So let's say there's a customer needs 2,000 rupees. Now there are two ways of getting that money transferred. He can go and withdraw from an ATM. Bank had someone printed a 2,000 rupee note. The ATM infrastructure got used. And let's say it costs 50 rupees to withdraw that 2,000 rupees, right? On the other hand, it's a digital currency and you had to transfer it to a customer, let's say using a QR code. Maybe the cost of transaction was just less than 10 paisa. So the efficiency comes in, and because of the efficiency, then finally the use cases get defined and make much better versions of it. So the entire logic is, how do you use digital currency to make it more efficient, so that the cost of actual printing, protecting that money, delivering that money, storing that money can get eliminated.
Right. Akshay, again, since very interesting, and of course, the early salary part it makes me bring back to you again. You have seen the good regulatory practices and opening the market, and especially for the app like you has grown so fast, basically. So does this currency add any value in terms of say employment, which is a major concern in India? If you can define in the context of employment how the digital currency can make a big difference, basically, especially you have been and done that in your capacity, but in larger domain I'm talking about. If we regulate it, we'll open it broader.
So let me give you a use case that we today power. We call it wage access. So imagine today you work as a gray collar employee and a delivery boy for one of a delivery company, typical or Uber driver, etc. Right? Typically, you earn anything between 15 to 20,000 rupees every week. You earn 4 to 5,000 rupees as salary, and you're literally living hand to mouth. Now, in the traditional world, it was impossible to lend to this customer. He had access to no credit because first, he's an off-roll employee to someone. He earns on a delivery cycle. His payout structures are weekly or fortnightly. No bank wants to touch him. Right? But because of digital connectivity, let's say we are able to tag to find out, did he earn money today or not? Did he come to office today or not? How much did he earn today? If he's worked till Friday, can we discount his salary till Friday and give him a small amount of cash flow? Right? And if all of it is happening on a digital platform, the cost of the entire transaction diminishes. So imagine you borrow 5,000 rupees. Typically, if you take from a credit card, it costs you 3.5%. But to this customer, because of extreme digitization, you can do the transaction in sub 1%. Now, that's what makes difference in life, right? How digitization can be applied in real life. So imagine the office boy who works for you or the delivery boy who came to give you a Zomato delivery gets access to credit in a far more frugal cost, because at the back end, everything that he does is available on a digital track.
Right. I again pose this same question to Mr. Nath. How does it add to employability, especially if you can make out in a big picture, like, is it going to make a big difference in terms of employment? If we talk about the skill development, and if we can, weave it through such regulatory mechanism, will it be a sort of breakthrough in bringing a lot of employment to our youth? To Mr. Nath, if you can, this crucial question.
So there are two things about it. One, I think so for white collar, for a blue collar employees, right? Transfer, while quite a bit of through UPI has been, taken care of, but it's still quite a bit of payment mechanism is today in form of cash, right? And that cash is costly affair. So when you pay your, home servant monthly salary in cash, and when she has to send it to his hometown, it used to cost roughly around 5% or to 7%, of. So you have to pay 5 rupees per 100 per sakda, right, to get the money transferred back to a village. Today, most of them can do it through an UPI, but when the same currency would convert into a digital currency, probably that cost would get saved. So, the efficiency would be much easier. Lot of time you'll go to a small shop and the, daily wages worker, when you go to the, shop owner, say, give my daily wages, he say, aaj cash nahi hai, kal aana, right? Right. Then that would not be, available. That avenue would not be available. Say, sir, wallet se transfer karo, ya, give me in my mobile phone. But, I think so we are roughly around 2 decades away, or 1.5 decades away, wherein eventually the physical currency would get eliminated completely, or it would get banned completely. So think of a mother of demonetization at one point of time, wherein 90%.
Isn't a big prediction as far as India is concerned? I am always hopeful like you.
I said 1.5 decade, and I started. I wanted to say 3 decades, but then I brought it down to 2, and then I said 1.5 decade, because world is transforming big time, right? So we
you will make our finance minister jittery about this, Mr. Nath, on this.
Jittery. A bigger point I was making. Think of a scenario, right? So blue sky thinking. If there is a time, an era wherein there is no physical currency, corruption rate in our country would drop by almost 90%.
Oh, fundamentally, yes.
Yes, because every transfer would have a track record, right? So that is lot many times government want to do that. Lot many times government don't want to do that also, but systematically governments would like to not have because physical have no trail, digital have always trail. Even if I'm holding a coin, which is a digital and through blockchain, when I gift it to you or transfer to you, there is a trail, right, of movement of currency from one to other. So that is also a big picture advantage eventually, right? So otherwise, as Akshay said and Ritesh said, it has economically, it has an effect on, cost saving for the, for printing the currency, holding the currency. Go to public sector banks. In every city, there is a basement wherein tons of notes, getting spoiled, collected, counted, machines being used, and then all these machines which, vehicles which even the armed guard going, putting money in the ATM, all of that would become things of past, right, with digital currency.
Right.
So
I think that's a big picture I was looking for, the corruption aspect, basically how it will diminish that yields of our economy. I think this is a fundamental. I think everything would be resolved. I think the larger problem of our economy would be resolved. The slippage of money would be resolved. I think the management of finance would be resolved through this aspect. I think this is a big picture. But then last, I think we also.
But this would not happen. That when RBI would come with a digital currency wherein you will hold a coin which is equal to 10 rupees, tomorrow somebody would buy that coin for 15 rupees because its value is appreciated. So anyone who is listening to this and think that because when RBI would come with digital currency, that would be equal to India cryptocurrency and you can start trading and its value would go up and down, I can tell you that is not going to happen.
Yeah, but of course, the silver lining is there because anyway, the transaction would be mapped somewhere. So if you have a good regulatory standards and apply to this, so that's the correct. But coming back towards the end of the discussion, we have to focus on another larger picture, which is our banks. A lot of people expected government to infuse more capital into the bank, which I think the bank needs to play with the market. Though government has, I think, announced some 15,000 crore as a capital. Did you expect much more to have a more robust financial institution, and they needed a more infusion, especially these government banks? You're talking about. Your comment or not, and then to Akshay and Mr. Jain on this, please.
So I think it's a miscalculation. 20,000 crore of capital allocation is not 20,000 crore, is 1 lakh crore. Remember that government has already formed a bad bank wherein 80,000 crore of NPA asset being transferred, and that transferred asset has a sovereign guarantee. Right. So that sovereign guarantee is also technically an indirect capital infusion into the banks. So the total pool of capital going in, which we call on balance sheet and off balance sheet, is 1 lakh crore, not 20,000 crore. And that would allow, so bank doesn't have liquidity problem. No? Banks are flush with liquidity.
Right.
They have lack of capital adequacy problem. But that would get solved when these assets would get transferred. So there is a lot of release of capital which will start happening, and that would unleash credit demand or distribution of credit from the banking system directly or indirectly.
Right. Akshay, if you have some point of view on this aspect, especially because market were expecting more upfront capital infusion because that's the budget comes once in a year. They expected more to feed despite there's no lack of capital as Nath talks about. Akshay, if you have a comment on this here.
Sure. I think the answer was well articulated, that there is no liquidity issue at the banks, and they are waiting to get more customers to give money to. I think from a fintech category play, I think the collaboration play now has to come in where how can we get the PSUs banks also to participate in the fintech world? And today, I think the journey starts with NBFCs first jump in, then the private bank jump in, but can the PSUs also participate and really grow in this co-lending world, which is building fintech today? Right. We started with this first point when we began this part of the panel, right? How co-lending can really fuel growth in fintech. And if there's an option available when this money can be used to distribute to mass population in a more efficient manner, I think that's something that we can do in a more interesting tenure.
Right. I further take this question to Mr. Jain, but little slightly more. I could relate my question to these points, which I'm going to elaborate. See, budget points out to sectors such as solar energy, telecom, housing, data center, etc., which will see an uptick in the demand for credit too. Therefore, there is a hope that there will be a change in the credit cycle, which has been repressed for long. But will it be restricted to a specific industry because we talk about the less capital infusion and banks going on traditional way? Ritesh, if you have a last word on this, please.
So you have to put everything in context. If you see last year, credit growth has only been 6 to 7%, while the money value, like if you see growth rate of 8 to 9% plus inflation rate, anywhere, whatever numbers you use, monetary value of growth has been around 14%. So actually, in real terms, credit has reduced in the economy. So it is not the problem of money or capital what banks are having. They are not having confidence to lend money, or there are not enough assets. Private sector is not making capital expenditure which can be financed by banks. So two set of issues, and government has to address these issues. Partly they are trying to address, for example, in our sector, we give loans to micro and small medium enterprises. So they are revising CGT SME scheme to give that confidence. So that if we are putting those customers on our own balance sheet or on balance sheet of banks, so CGT SME will play a role, and they're giving that credit booster and confidence. So such kind of schemes, they have to introduce a lot so that banks get confidence to lend. Right now, they have capital, they have money, but they don't have confidence to lend, and they have to provide. Similarly, in private expenditure, they have to give some sort of guarantees. Then only banks would be lending aggressively. So credit growth has to grow. And to your specific question on these industries also, same problem will come, that banks will not be having confidence to lend into these industries unless the capex increases or they get guarantees from the government that, okay, there will be no default in these sectors.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I think it's a wonderful debate. We have paucity of time. It's a wonderful topic to discuss. At least to conclude, what government has recognized, these words like blockchain, digital currencies, itself is a big move. It remains to be seen how RBI takes this in another direction. Will it boost the economy? Will it boost the employability of the country? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for participating on BW Business World platform. This is Manish Kumar Jha signing off. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you for moderating this session so well and letting us know about the latest developments in the fintech space. Shachindranath, Akshay, Mehrotra, Ritesh, thank you so much for your time. And indeed, Manish Kumar Jha for conducting this well. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the last discussion of the day. We have with us Shri Anil Kumar Jain, who is the CEO of NIXI, National Internet Exchange of India, Ministry of IT, Government of India. Mr. Jain, can we have you there?
Yeah, I am there.
Can you?
And good evening to all of you. Yes, I can listen you very clearly. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you're crystal clear when it comes to audio. Now, Shri Jain, firstly, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Jain, and taking our time for talking to us. Now,
my pleasure. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, the finance minister has laid down very aggressive and ambitious plans of connecting the entire country to the internet in the next few years. Optical fiber expansion. The Minister of Electronics, Rajiv Chandrasekharan, also mentioned connecting the remaining 40 crore of the population by internet. Now, as one of the nodal agency, of expanding internet throughout the country, firstly, how do you rate the budget as far as your sector is concerned? That's one. Number two, what's on your hand? What is the task ahead on your hands?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me talk about the budget provisions which Honorable Finance Minister has laid down yesterday. What I see that the budget includes those sectors, those parts which never were included in so elaborate way as far as the digital aspect or digitization of the whole country is concerned.
Correct.
So let me start one by one. As we were discussing in the last.
Mr. Jain, I lost your audio. I can't hear you. Is it just me or somebody in the backend? Can you confirm, please? Salman, can you hear Mr. Jain?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
You can hear him? There is some problem. Mr. Jain, yes, please continue then. Maybe it's my...
So Mr. Kumar is not audible now.
That's what I was saying. He's not audible. Mr. Jain, we can't hear you. You switched on your mic now. You can switch it on if you want. Yeah, you switched on your mic, but you were audible before. Now we can't hear you.
So maybe headphone plug out.
आपका शायद headphone plug out हो सकता है. That's what Salman is recommending.
Good. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, and sorry for disturbance. So what I was saying that the kind of finance minister elaborate discussions on the digital world which has happened this time is extremely, appreciable and encouraging. The first is the main, I think this is being discussed on all platform, is the digital rupee introduction using the blockchain.
Yeah.
Right. So I think this is whether it is being seen as an asset, introduction of an asset, or a currency, that this has to be seen. But I think India has entered into a cryptocurrency through this digital rupee. So this is a wonderful thing. The second, if you remember that this government has started a production link incentive. And this production link incentive, if you, Abhinav, if you recall, started with the Ministry of Electronic and IT, which is picked up by DOT and Agriculture Ministry and other ministries later on. And I think this says that PLI-based scheme will generate additional 60 lakh employment in the next 5 years. It's a fantastic thing, and we are going to grow. And India, that is what we are looking. India should replace Taiwan as the manufacturing hub in the world. And in collaboration with this, I just want to inform my audience also that I think it is only 1 month back that Government of India has passed a 78,000 crore plan to introduce the semiconductor fiber production in the country, where we are going to manufacture the chips. And this is a big thing. And I personally feel that India is going to march and take the advantage of the gaps which are available because of the slow economy of China and the social political issues which China has today. So this is the second one. The third, of course, which we were waiting for long, introduction of 5G. 5G is going to make an entire change in the landscape of telecom. See, it is not only a high speed which will go into your mobile phone. Basically, there are two aspects of 5G. One is the latency. It means that the data which comes to you or data which goes from the system to your mobile phone, the latency will reduce by at least 100 times. Okay, so if it is a 100 nanosecond today, it will become 1 nanosecond. And second, the speed will go up abnormally high. So it is not the telephony which will get impacted. It is not the internet which will get impacted, but a lot of new applications are expected to come. For example, we are talking about connected cars. We are talking about medical operation remotely. We are talking about increasing the production, automatic production system in the system. And let me tell you that new technologies which are going to come, like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, even the big data, they will all get a big boost with the introduction of 5G. So 5G, of course, is promised a lot to the consumers, but I personally feel that 5G will be a boon for the industry to grow. So this is again a big boost which the finance minister has given to the industry and the overall infrastructure to grow. Then she used 75 digital banks. You know, this is something phenomenal, that I am going to be a bank account holder without going to the bank. And I can transact that bank sitting anywhere in the whole world. It means that now bank is in my pocket and I can do those transactions. You try to understand when the Prime Minister introduced the banking to the rural people in the last 2-3 years, you must have seen the kind of growth which has happened in the financial sector. You know, whether a small amount is there in those banks account, 46 crore, whatever has been added in this, but you see the kind of growth which economy is going to have because of this. So I personally feel introduction of 75 digital bank is a introduction first time by the government of India. But I think private banks will catch up this, and this number of 75 may catch up, may become 75,000 in no times. So this is another which I personally feel. Then I think all of us are going through a very bad phase of COVID-19 in the last two years. And we have seen in second phase We have lost over dear and dear friends because we were not able to contact hospital. We were not able to get the supplies. We were not able to get the medicine. Introduction of National Digital Health Mission is going to make a lot of changes. How it is going to happen is that you can know all information about the medical fraternity and the nearby infrastructure available sitting in your house. And if a digital aspect is introduced, it means that the middleman is removed from the system. And I personally feel that citizen of India should be able to get a medicine, a treatment, and after surgery treatment also at a much affordable rate and with the expertise which are available, best expertise in the world. And finally, when she introduced the digital university, I was thrilled. I always dream a child, a person who is sitting in a rural area, that child is not able to access the quality of education which is being taught at IIT in Mumbai or IIT in Delhi or in Pune.
Okay.
How is this particular gap? Those childs are extremely talented, but since they are not able to click those things, things will go. Let me tell you that Government of India started a mission called National Mission of Education using ICT some time back. And the basic purpose was to digitize the educational content. So that has come up very well. And let me inform you, because of that, around 240 countries are accessing the digitized educational content prepared by Government of India, by the Indian government. Now we are going to the next phase. What is the next phase? That the education should be made available in the local language of the people. It means that now even the medical education, the engineering education will be available in Bangla, it will be available in Tamil, it will be available in Asmi. So that will change the whole prospect of development in the whole country. So I personally feel that this particular budget is a boon for digitization, is a boon for digital India. It is a boon for the overall digital infrastructure development in the country. And it has laid down very well the plan for next 25 years.
Sure. Mr. Jain, Nixie has been at the center of internet expansion in India. Now, when it comes to security, you have been quite vocal about building a safe infrastructure around internet in India, and data centers have been given the status of infra centers in this budget. What's your opinion on security aspect of cyber security, especially of the internet medium and exchange in this country? Because there have been cases where our power discoms have been attacked by Chinese hackers. There have been hacks originating from Middle East and Europe, especially Hungary. When I talk about the safe infrastructure, the safety of the internet mechanism in the country, what's your opinion and how do you plan to address it? Because I know you are very serious about it.
Thank you very much. You have touched upon the subject which is very, very close to my heart. Let me inform to the audience that India is very comfortable from the security point of view, digital security point of view. We are 59th nation. If we say the top one is the highly vulnerable. Now, if we talk about vulnerability, we are much below USA, which we are much below than Russia and various developed countries.
Of course.
We are looking at several aspects. For example, a major work which Government of India is working is on internet resilience.
Okay.
What is internet resilience, Abhinav? Is that we take a hypothetical situation when the whole country is disconnected from the world. For example, today, suppose the country get disconnected from the world, then the economy will go to a stop, right? Because we are all connected with the banks, are connected with the internet and everything. Tomorrow, we are working in such a situation when it gets disconnected because of any eventuality, which I personally feel is not possible. But if it disconnected, then we are building up the internet resilience in such a way that the internal internet within India will continue to work without any disturbance. In fact, you and me, user, will not come to know that this disconnection has happened. So if you see the undersea cable, which are getting disconnected, then one portion of the country get disconnected and we remain disconnected for 14 days to 20 days because undersea cable repair takes huge amount of time. Similarly, if we talk about the satellite communication, which gives the internet connectivity also with us, unfortunately, satellite is very, very stable. There is no doubt in that. But the capacity of throughput through the satellite is very, very less. So we are building up various aspects like alternative to a domain. We are building up alternative to a root zone. We are also talking that critical infrastructure, for example, banks, for example, transport, for example, airlines, for all these critical infrastructure will be doubly secured so that at no failure and no situation, the failure is expected. This is about the overall infrastructure. Coming to the individual. When we come to the individual, is the like your mobile phone, your phone or your laptop or hard disk or my phone can get infected or things can be stolen. So now there are agencies in government as well as in private who are building up these kind of software which will be inbuilt and they will be available when you are purchasing. You don't have to purchase it separately. So that will make all your data and communication safe. And we will, in case of any eventuality, in case it is not possible for any technology to guarantee you that 100% you will not get disconnected or something like that, your data will remain untouched. You can recover that data at any time. So I personally feel that we are moving in an era which is a totally digital security safety era. And we hope that Government of India should be able to deliver the internet resilience. And one more thing I want to tell you, that internet resilience in the world is only implemented by 3 more countries. That is Russia, China, and Singapore. India will be the 4th. So you can understand the kind of advancement which India is making to ensure that the entire economy, the entire population of the country is safe.
Sure. Now, let me remove your CEO's hat. Let me not talk to you from the Nixie CEO perspective. As an individual, as somebody who understands this space, what would be your vision of the 2030 India?
First thing, let me tell you that in 2030, from digital point of view, 20% to 25% of the GDP will be contributed by the digital economy. Right. So basically, we see that education level will go up. Many people will get connected with the internet governance, with the internet application, with the internet industries. So this is one. And second, I personally feel, which we are able to see, India is going to be the, if not #1 leader, but at least #1, #2 position leader in internet technology, applications, and delivery of internet in the world. In fact, today we are talking that let us not look at the outside. India is a tiger in the internet in itself. And we have to now start projecting ourselves at the international forum in such a way that India should lead and India should be seen as a big leader. And I am very happy that Narendra Modi is at the helm of the affair as on date with us. And again, I am not with the head of a government or with the CEO of Nixie. I am sure that if this kind of leadership remains available with us, it is not only the India, but we will be a leader outside also. The second aspect which I want to discuss with you is that now Government of India is working with a multilingual internet. It means that 89% of we Indians, I am again repeating, 89% of we Indians do not speak English, do not write English, do not understand English. So basically the people who are consuming internet today, right, these people are only consuming through movies and songs, not more than that. Now we are trying to bring those technologies which will help not only those people who are literate but not English literate to use internet, but we are also trying to bring in those people who are illiterate. And how we'll do that? Because we are working on a concept called universal acceptance. It means that we will have the websites in local language. We will have emails in local language. Contents will be available in local language. As I have already discussed, the educational content is being prepared in local languages. So this is one aspect. Second aspect, Government of India has recently launched a national translation mission. Translation mission, it means that a situation will come. Suppose I'll give a small example. A lady, 80 years old lady, Punjabi lady in Jalandhar, want to talk to her friend in, say, Kerala, right? And this lady understand only Punjabi and the Kerala lady understand only Malayalam. So, and both are uneducated or illiterate. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to bring the technology where the voice get converted into text, Punjabi text. Punjabi text will get transmitted to Kerala. The Punjabi text will get converted into Malayalam text, and that Malayalam text will get converted into voice, so that these two ladies will be able to talk, interact, share information,
and that too in real time,
without knowing each other.
And so that too in real time.
Try to understand that situation when another 9 times people of India gets connected with internet. So we are all fertile in our head. It means that not only we'll get connected, lot of new thoughts, new applications, new industries, new ways of economy will develop. So I think we are looking at a era which we call the golden era of India, and we hope that if everything remains intact, what we have planned properly, and government, private, civil society, academia, everybody, multi-stakeholder approach is there. And not only in India, I think we should have over Tiranga at the international level.
At the international level. Mr. Jain, closing remarks from you, please.
I personally feel that I suggest that citizens of India should encourage their children and themselves also to start getting educated literally in the digital education. This is one. Number two, I personally feel that people should start believing that digital is safe, secure, corruption-free technology. So people should willingly adopt the digital economy. And I wish that they should remove the barrier, whether it is government or it is non-government. The entire industry should come together, should work together, because we are not only creating the infrastructure, we are not creating the economy for the country, but I think we are creating the future for our next generation.
Sure. Mr. Jain, thank you so much for talking to Business World. This was indeed a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the 3-day coverage of the Plan of the Union Budget 2022 called the Plan B Show. Throughout the 3 days, we covered various sectors from defense to healthcare to IT to manufacturing to electronics to banking and financial services to education and employability to even internet exchange like Nixie. This was a team effort. All of us in the business world family got together to collate and curate this selection of panels for you. Well-researched panels, well-conducted and moderated panels. I thank each one of you for joining us on this live coverage on behalf of the business world family. I wish you all the very best, and we'll see you soon on some other major business event. Thank you so much. Namaskar.